Chapter 1351. Wang Xianyu looked up at the man on the stage and admitted defeat. It really couldn't compare to a big shot who knew how to be pretentious and emotional. The campus commendation ceremony drew to a close with a warm and enthusiastic atmosphere, and Lin returned to his dorm room and continued to swallow immortal pills to stabilize his cultivation base. He didn't lack money, and after consuming all types of immortal pills and spirit medicines, he would be able to progress from the return to void stage to the return to void initial stage. During the following period of time, Su Xiaolan was responsible for cooking to earn money, and Lin was responsible for stabilizing his cultivation base. All of his beast pets were responsible for cheering him on. Time flew by, and the stars moved. Over a month passed by in the blink of an eye, and Lin ascended the full moon mountain again and looked up at the 2 moons in the sky. The battle between Chang Yi and that mysterious powerful being had yet to be decided, and no one could predict who would win. However, Lin had progressed to the return to void stage and was able to draw upon the power of the heavenly gods, so he was able to gauge the general situation of the battle. The red moon is about to collapse. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. Can't you just focus on your normal Tao integration stage cultivation? Why did you have to go all out and fight with Chang Yi over that one? Who knows how long Chang Yi has been preparing on the moon? Isn't he tired of living trying to compete with her? A purple shooting star streaked through the night sky. It didn't fall into the night sky. Instead, it grew larger and larger in Lin's field of vision. That's right, it was falling toward the full moon mountain. The light disappeared in a flash. When Lin focused his eyes again, a man in a purple robe with a cold and dignified expression appeared before Lin. Emperor Ziwei. And Lin saluted. War God Lin. Emperor Ziwei also returned the salute, and Lin's current status was equal to that of the 5 emperors of the celestial court. Have you brought everything? Emperor Ziwei asked, and Lin's storage ring flashed, and countless treasures instantly flew out. The energy fluctuations they released caused heaven and earth to change color and the void to tremble. Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up. Immortal rank materials, profound snow, heavenly ice root, and demonic emperor skeleton. Divine rank material, Tao integration stage true dragon essence bone marrow. Divine rank material, infernal blood, divine flower, the divine fire token, and the blood soul cross. Good, very good. These treasures can be fused into a sealing god artifact. However, it shouldn't be of a higher grade than the god artifact forged from the treasures you sent me last time. And Lin chuckled heartily. It's fine as long as it's a divine tool. I'm already at the return to void stage, so it's time for the treasures I use to be upgraded to divine tools. Otherwise, I'll be letting down my cultivation base. Emperor Ziwei's lips twitched upon hearing this. How were all the Tao integration stage super mighty figures who didn't even have a divine tool supposed to live? All right, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I've almost become your full-time tool refinement master. Emperor Ziwei really didn't want to see Lin flex anymore, so he was about to leave. During the commendation ceremony at Xiaoxian United University, all of the teachers and students received rewards, except for Lin. And Lin simply had too many treasures, so he really didn't know what to reward him with. After that, Lin asked Emperor Ziwei to refine another divine tool for him. He would provide the materials. Thus, Emperor Ziwei unfortunately became Lin's personal tool refinement master again. One divine tool was enough to tire him out, but now he had to give him 2. Emperor Ziwei was getting tired just thinking about it. Thank you, Senior Ziwei. Take care, Senior Ziwei. And Lin waved a hand and happily bade farewell to Emperor Ziwei. After bidding farewell to Emperor Ziwei, Lin didn't immediately leave. Instead, he continued to meditate on the full moon mountain. Deep into the night, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and a cool breeze blew past, carrying with it the sound of insects chirping into the distance. 2 hours later, the moon clouds in the sky parted, and an elegant figure began to appear. He wore a set of extravagant red and white pale refinement robes, and his body was as round as a ball. It was as if his frail pale refinement robes were about to explode, and his eyes were narrowed into slits as he smiled. "Alchemy ancestor, I've been preparing for a long time. Sorry to keep you waiting." The fatso waved excitedly. His foot landed on the ground. An entire full moon mountain seemed to tremble, and Lin's expression darkened. "Call me Alchemy Ancestor one more time, and I'll cut all ties with you." The fatso before him was none other than the Dou Shui Palace's top pill refinement master, Ishi. All right. I won't call you that anymore. Brother and Lin, please calm down." Ishi smiled cheekily. "Are you ready now?" "I'm ready in every sense of the word." And Lin nodded. "I've already bid farewell to my family and friends. Everything is ready now. Let's go." Ishi's hands turned golden as he stabbed them into the air, opening a spatial gate. And Lin followed Ishi into the spatial gate. The space around and Lin fluctuated violently, and when he could see clearly again, he had already arrived in a space with a galaxy of stars beneath his feet and a pitch-black void above his head. A white-haired elderly man in a white Taoist robe stood tall and straight at the pinnacle of the galaxy, looking down upon all living beings in this world. He detected in Lin and Ishi's arrival, and he immediately turned around with a benevolent smile on his face. His voice was as tranquil as the spring breeze. "Welcome to the pinnacle of the Origin Star River, Mr. and Lin." And Lin bowed respectfully. Junior and Lin pays his respects to the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. That's right, the elderly man standing before him was the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, who is known as the ancestor of all immortals and the teacher of all sages. When Su Xiaolan had been reduced to a mortal, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had agreed to Lin's request to reconstruct Su Xiaolan's Tao Foundation. As a result, Lin owed him a favor. At that time, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue said that he wanted to ask Lin for a favor when the time was right. Now was the time because Lin had reached the return to void stage. Now was the time for Lin to return the favor. To be honest, Mr. Lin, the speed at which you progressed to the return to void stage was truly astonishing. It was much faster than I had anticipated. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue smiled warmly as he looked up and down at Lin with a hint of approval in his eyes. "You're far too kind, Senior. I actually don't know much about cultivation." And Lin scratched his head modestly. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. "Ahem. Let me tell you what I need your help with first." The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue waved a hand, and the boundless Tai Chu continent transformed into a map that appeared beneath the three of them. He pointed a finger, and the inland sea at the center of the map lit up. "Did you know that there's a place on the Tai Chu continent that very few people know about? It's a paradise of its own, and it's located within the White Nectar Sea." And Lin looked in the direction of the White Nectar Sea and asked, "Senior, you want me to go there?" "That's right. There's a great world within the White Nectar Sea known as the Divine Source Continent. Due to the limitations of the passageway between the two worlds, it can't allow cultivators above the Tao integration stage to pass through. That's why I need your help. When you were at the soul formation stage, you were able to fight against return to void stage cultivators, but you were still too weak. Now that you've reached the return to void stage, you have a chance to complete my mission." And Lin stroked his chin and furrowed his brows slightly. "I was already able to fight against most return to void stage cultivators when I was at the soul formation stage, but the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue still wants me to complete this mission after I reach the return to void stage. It looks like this mission is going to be quite difficult. What do I need to do in the Divine Source Continent?" And Lin asked. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue stroked his beard with a smile. "There's only one thing, and that's to obtain the Heavenly Tao Fragment." Chapter 1352. Obtain the Heavenly Tao Fragment. And Lin's pupils contracted upon hearing this, and his face was filled with incredulity. He had thought that he was going to obtain some kind of treasure. Was it really okay for him to make such a big move? Although he didn't know what the heavenly Tao fragment was, anything that involved the heavenly Tao was definitely not something simple. What is this heavenly Tao fragment? And Lin took a deep breath before asking. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue raised his finger, and a white fragment appeared above the galaxy. It reflected billions of galaxies at times, as if it was a mirror of the universe. At other times, it merged into the billions of galaxies, as if returning to nothingness. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue said, "The heavenly Tao fragment is like this mirror. It is both real and illusory. It is the heavenly Tao that scattered when the purple star civilization poked a hole in the sky. It is divided into the heavenly Tao fragment that represents physical form and the heavenly Tao power that represents Tao. The heavenly Tao fragment was summoned by the Tai Chu continent's realm core and fell into the divine source continent. It enlightened the living beings of that continent and allowed them to ascend to become a high-level world in a short period of time. Because of this, the heavenly Tao fragment was worshipped as a divine object. Your mission is to find it in the divine source continent and hand it over to me." And Lin immediately understood after hearing the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's words. Find the heavenly Tao that's scattered from the hole? Are you also a member of the Heaven Mending sect? The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue shook his head with a smile. I don't belong to any faction, but I feel that Nua's plan is more to my liking. That's why I want to help her. And Lin nodded. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely complete this mission. At the same time, he felt a little emotional. He originally didn't want to get involved with the heaven-crushing sect or the heaven-mending sect. Who would have thought that he would be implicated in the heaven-mending sect's plan without anyone knowing? Perhaps this was fate. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue looked at Lin's determined expression, and the approval in his eyes became even more apparent. He knew why Lin had agreed so readily. It was because in Lin's heart, no matter how dangerous or difficult it wasn't as important as allowing his Tao companion to recover her cultivation. Since he had helped Su Xiaolan recast her Tao foundation, then Lin would help him unconditionally. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue waved a hand, and Lin and Shi arrived in the center of a vast white ocean. This is the White Nectar Sea, and Lin looked around with shock on his face. The seawater surged like milk, reflecting the two bright moons in the night sky. The red and white blended together, emitting a strange and dreamy luster. The sea breeze blew, carrying with it a faint fragrance. It was completely different from the smell of the sea in the other seas. That's right, this is the center of the Tai Chu continent, the White Nectar Sea. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue nodded. Then, with a tap of his finger, the boundless ocean suddenly split apart, revealing a huge hole. The three of them quickly dove into the hole. After tens of thousands of meters, Lin saw a dark blue formation. The aura of this formation was vast and boundless, and it enveloped an area of over 500 kilometers in radius. It exuded a terrifying energy fluctuation, as if it could annihilate a return to void stage mighty figure with the slightest tremble. This was a formation at the Tao integration stage, or above. This is the White Nectar Life and Death formation that I, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure, set up together. It is a formation that can kill Tao integration stage super mighty figures. It was set up here to prevent the living beings of the Tai Chu continent from destroying the passageway inside, and it was also to kill any living beings of the divine source continent that trespass on the Tai Chu continent, the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue explained. And Lin's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. This was a formation set up by the three Pure Ones. The level of this formation was even higher than he had imagined. The three of them passed through the formation without any obstructions and continued downward. Soon, They arrived at the head of a gigantic jellyfish. The jellyfish was over 100,000 feet in size, and its semi-transparent head looked like a small continent. Its tentacles danced in the ocean like a series of gigantic dragons. This was a truly colossal creature. However, Lin couldn't detect any aura from its body. "This is the puppet," Lin murmured. "That's right, it's a passageway mechanism. I used the corpse of the Tao integration stage mythological beast, the fallen cloud reincarnation mother, to forge this puppet." The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue replied, and Lin swallowed as he thought to himself, "What an extravagant offer." The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue opened up the jellyfish's head and slowly advanced forward. Finally, he arrived at the center of the jellyfish's head, and he saw a gate that glowed with golden light. This is the gate that connects the two continents. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue flipped his palm over, and two golden crystals appeared in his palm. The divine source continent can be said to be a great world within the Tai Chu continent. However, due to the fragment of the heavenly Tao, the passageway is extremely difficult to open. Absorb the energy within this crystal into your body, and you'll be able to travel to the divine source continent. Nuwa and I spent over 1,000 years collecting these two crystals. Make sure to cherish them. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue tossed the crystals to Enlin and Yi Shi as he spoke. The two of them had been collecting for so long, yet they only had two crystals. And Lin's expression shifted once again. This opportunity to enter the divine source continent was countless times more valuable than he had imagined. To be honest, Lin, I wanted to wait until your cultivation base reached the return to void final stage before allowing you to enter the divine source continent. However, we don't have much time. A hint of concern flashed across the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's eyes. "Don't worry, senior. As a return to void stage cultivator, I can defeat all return to void stage mighty figures." And Lin patted his chest confidently. "But it's very likely that a Tao integration stage living being will be born inside," the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue said with a smile. "And Lin, it should be fine." And Lin took a deep breath. "I'm not afraid of Tao integration stage cultivators," even though he said that, he was still grumbling internally. Holy **T. Only cultivators below the Tao integration stage could enter the passageway between the two worlds. But there was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure inside? How was he supposed to do that? Haha. I also believe that little friend and Lin will be able to do well. I am very reassured by your strength. Furthermore, my good disciple, Ishi is also quite outstanding among the return to void stage mighty figures. At the very least, he defeated 9 mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage under Nuwa's command when it came to determining the quota to enter the continent. He should be able to help you a little." The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue smiled. Outstanding among return to void stage cultivators? He had defeated 9 mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage under Nuwa's command? And Lin's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the chubby man beside him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Mr. Ishii, I didn't expect you to be so powerful even though you're so fat. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I'm not fat. I'm a product of alchemy," Ishii retorted with excitement. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue stroked his beard and smiled. "It's all thanks to the guidance and inspiration of a certain alchemy mighty figure that my disciple has become so powerful." As he spoke, he glanced at Enlin with a faint smile. Enlin looked at the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue awkwardly and innocently. His expression was like that of a little white rabbit's. The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue's chest tightened slightly. Does this Enlin really not have any self-awareness? He had almost been scared to death when he saw his disciple as fat as a ball. He had thought that his disciple was about to explode. "All right, you can enter the divine source continent now. I wish you all the best." The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue tapped his finger, and the spatial passageway between the two worlds glowed with a brilliant light. The door opened. Chapter 1353. And Lin and she absorbed the energy from the golden crystal into their bodies. An extremely peculiar spatial energy fused into their bodies. The energy within your bodies can last for a year. After a year, the energy will automatically erupt and open up a passageway between the two worlds. You will be summoned back by the power of summoning you back. In other words, you only have 1 year to obtain the heavenly Tao fragment. The heavenly Tao fragment does not belong to the divine source continent. It is the life of the Tai Chu continent, so you must retrieve it. We have already failed 8 times. This might be our last chance. The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's words were still echoing in their ears. And Lin knew what it meant to fail 8 times. Those were people sent by the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue and Nuwa, and they had failed 8 times. One could imagine just how difficult this mission was. This time, the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had even sent his beloved disciple and this strange cultivator. It was clear that he was planning on making one last attempt. Wait for my return. And Lin left behind these words before stepping into the spatial passageway between the two worlds. The space around him warped violently as the power of the two worlds attacked his body in a frenzy. However, it was all blocked by the energy within his body. After what seemed like an eternity, the vast expanse of white before him gradually became clearer, and Lin could feel gravity and the rich, vital energy around him. He could also clearly see his surroundings. He was standing in the center of a white lake. The lake water was pure white, without a single speck of dust. Surrounded by lush mountains, the scenery was picturesque, as if he were in a paradise. She was nowhere to be seen. It looked like he had randomly landed in another part of the world. A series of bell-like giggles and the sound of water rippling could be clearly heard. And Lin turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. There were a few beautiful women playing around in the lake. The pure white lake water lapped against their snow-white skin, as if they had fused together. Their jet-black hair clung to their shoulders, outlining their alluring curves. That's right, everything here was so beautiful. And Lin nodded slightly and gave this world high marks. Immediately afterward, the bell-like giggles suddenly stopped. And Lin discovered that the beautiful female cultivators were all staring at him in shock. Their beautiful eyes were wide open, as if they were witnessing something extremely shocking. Ah! A shrill cry resounded through the sky. How dare you peep at us bathing? The lecherous cultivator is here. Kill him. And Lin's ears were almost deafened by the woman's angry shouts. And Lin finally realized what he was doing. So. A series of astonishingly powerful flying swords tore through the air, slashing toward Lin with powerful sharpness. And Lin pressed down in the air, and all the flying swords seemed to have stabbed into an invisible wall. Their momentum came to a halt, and they were all imprisoned in place. Ladies, I don't have any ill intentions. I just came here by mistake. I'm really sorry. And Lin apologized. Several women bathing in the lake saw this scene, and their faces turned slightly pale. The power of space. He is actually a void-level ascendant immortal? Hurry, contact the Valley Lord. They didn't seem to hear in Lin's apology, and they immediately began to call him boss. And Lin didn't dare to stay any longer, and he immediately rose into the air and fled into the distance. All of the women bathing in the lake were a little dumbfounded at the sight of Lin's departing figure. That senior left just like that? One of the women was a little surprised. We wanted to ask the Valley Lord to invite him to our sect for tea. Why did he leave just like that? Another woman spoke with a disappointed expression. Maybe he looked down on us, a woman muttered in a self-deprecating manner. She rubbed her chest in the water as she spoke, and she heaved a faint sigh. It's probably because we were too rude and offended the senior. That's true. The senior is like a divine dragon, and he can have as many concubines as he wants. We even yelled at him earlier, just as all of the women were blaming themselves. In the distance, and Lynn heaved a heavy sigh of relief. That was close. We finally escaped from that place. How could the teleportation point between the two worlds be in such a **TTY place? What a bad review. And Lynn harumphed lightly, and he couldn't help but blush as he thought back to the scenes of those women bathing in the lake. So be it. I'll find a place to stay first and gather some information. He nodded before flying through the air atop his brick. The Divine Source continent felt very similar to the Tai Chu continent. There were no major differences in the terrain and flora, but it was worth mentioning that the vital energy concentration here was even slightly higher than that of the Tai Chu continent. One had to realize that the Tai Chu continent was the main continent and the Divine Source continent was only a great world within the Tai Chu continent. However, the vital energy concentration here was even higher than that of the Tai Chu continent. What did that mean? It meant that the living beings here had a better cultivation environment than the living beings on the Tai Chu continent. It was illogical for underlings to live better lives than their bosses. Is it because of the fragment of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue said that the heavenly Tao fragment descending into this world would elevate this world to a higher level. And Lin flew through the air and carefully observed every inch of this world. Not long after that, a city appeared in his field of vision. The city was quite large, and it appeared to be quite prosperous. There were probably over 1 million people living in the city, and most of the buildings here were made of bricks, tiles, and mahogany. And Lin flew through the air and descended upon a more prosperous area. The people on the ground all let loose cries of surprise at the sight of Lin descending upon the city. And then an astonishing scene unfolded before Lin. All of the people on the street knelt down and kowtowed to Lin. May the immortal bless us. Welcome, immortal, this lowly one greets you. May the immortal bless us. May the immortal bless us. Regardless of whether they were male or female, young or old, all of them knelt down in unison. And Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this. What was going on? Something like this had never happened on the Tai Chu continent before. Could this be a custom of the divine Source continent? Mortals kowtowed to cultivators. If this was the Tai Chu continent, the mortals on the streets probably wouldn't even need to get up. After all, there were cultivators coming and going everywhere, so they just had to keep kowtowing. And Lin swept his divine sense through the area and instantly sensed that something was amiss. There were cultivators among the crowd that were kowtowing to him. There were even spirit-nurturing stage cultivators among them, and that cultivator was currently looking at Lin with a scorching expression. Upon seeing Lin's gaze, he kowtowed a few more times in excitement. And Lin, please rise, everyone. There's no need to be so polite. And Lin's clear voice spread throughout the entire street. Thank you, immortal. The immortal's Tao is boundless. The people on the street finally stood up amid a chorus of gratitude and praise. After standing up, they didn't leave, nor did they do anything else. Instead, they looked at Lin with anticipation in their eyes, as if they were hoping that something would happen. And Lin. Chapter 1354. And Lin didn't speak, and neither did they. The street was extremely quiet. Everyone looked into Lin's eyes, and there seemed to be other emotions hidden within. And Lin's face was filled with question marks. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange scene. Logically speaking, since they had already finished paying their respects, shouldn't they go back to their own things and find their own mothers? What were they doing here? Brother over there, the noodles you're eating are getting cold. And the cooking master, the vegetables on your wok are all burnt. Both of them were staring at me without blinking. What kind of situation was this? Just as the situation was in a stalemate, a few powerful auras quickly approached from not far away. Insolent peasant, what are you still standing here for? Are you trying to trouble us, ascendant immortals? If you want the immortal's blessing, I'll give it to you. Take it and scram." The leader of the group was a man with a dignified appearance and was dressed in a gorgeous robe. He shouted angrily and opened his hand. Waves of yuan qi turned into energy and surged towards the people on the street. "Ah, City Lord Yangzheng is here. Thank you for your blessing, City Lord. Immortal Yangzheng lives as long as heaven and earth, and shines as bright as the sun and moon." The people on the street happily absorbed the vitality energy and expressed their thanks to the man who flew over. After that, the crowd finally dispersed, and Lin came to a sudden realization when he saw this scene. It turned out that after everyone knelt, the one being knelt still had to give benefits to the one who knelt. This rule was too realistic, and Lin sensed that City Lord Yangzheng was a powerful being of the soul formation stage, and the subordinates behind him were all of the spirit nurturing stage. "Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you, exalted immortal." When Yangzheng saw Lin, he was so moved that he knelt down and kowtowed, and Lin was startled. He immediately helped Yangzheng up and said softly, "There's no need to be so polite, City Lord. Please get up." Even the City Lord bowed to him upon seeing him. This was quite a surprise to him. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder why the rules of the divine source continent were so strange. City Lord Yangzheng and his entourage stood up and looked at Lin expectantly. And Lin pondered for a moment and imitated City Lord Yangzheng's technique. He gathered the essence energy of heaven and earth and formed it into his own unique energy. Then he poured it into the bodies of the people in front of him. "Ah, so comfortable. Such pure power. I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened. Thank you for your blessing, immortal. Exalted immortal, live as long as heaven and earth. Shine as bright as the sun and moon." After the few of them absorbed Lin's essence qi, their faces were filled with satisfaction and happiness. With utmost respect, Yangzheng approached Lin and asked, "Junior Yangzheng, may I ask why the great immortal has come to my Yongyang city? If there's anything you need help with, please let me know." And Lin was a little surprised. Wasn't Yangzheng a little too enthusiastic towards a stranger? Even if he had just revealed his void stepping technique and alarmed the other party, there was no need for the other party to be so respectful. If this was the Tai Chu continent and a return to void stage mighty figure passed by, the city lord with a bad temper wouldn't even pay attention to him. I've been in seclusion for over 10,000 years and only came out recently, so I don't know much about this world. Tell me about the current situation of this world." And Lin clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at Yangzheng. Upon hearing this, not only was Yangzheng not confused, but he also became even more respectful. "So it's an ancient, great immortal. Please follow me to the city, Lord's Manor. I'll tell you everything slowly." And Lin nodded slightly and flew toward the city center under Yangzheng's lead. At the center of Yongyang City was a mountain. There were clouds and mist curling upwards, tall mountains and flowing rivers and red-crowned cranes dancing in the sky. It was as if this was a paradise of immortals that transcended the mortal world. And Lin arrived at an exquisite pavilion halfway up the mountain and looked down at the bustling scene below. One had to admit that this place was very similar to the Kingdom of the Nine States in terms of lifestyle and customs. A woman with exquisite features and a graceful figure in a red off-the-shoulder dress personally brewed tea for Lin. Her movements were graceful and smooth. "Ha ha ha, Senior Lin, this is the burning spring tea brewed by my daughter, Yang Lingqian. She's the best in the Tao of tea in Yongyang City," Yangzheng said with a wide smile. "Please have some tea, Senior." Yang Lingqian extended a slender hand and carefully placed a cup of tea in front of Lin. There was a hint of scorching anticipation in her nervous expression, and Lin accepted the cup of tea in a very natural manner. He saw that the tea was red, and there seemed to be flames dancing in the water like fairies. It was an extremely beautiful sight to behold. He took a small sip. The tea was fragrant and refreshing, but it also had a hint of passion and unrestrained flavor. Good tea. Not only is this tea refreshing and natural, but it also contains a special flame power that makes it extremely unrestrained. It's quite a good tea for refreshing the mind. And Lin praised. Then he turned to the woman in the red dress with a smile. That flame power must be unique to Miss Yang Lingqian, right? The woman in the red dress blushed with embarrassment. It's my flame power. Making tea like this without permission. Please forgive me for being rude to Senior. And Lin smiled and didn't say anything. He picked up another cup of tea and poured a cup of tea. The demonic star flame appeared on his fingertip, and a starry sky appeared on the tea. Your tea contains the power of the tea, but it lacks the compatibility of intent realms. Have a taste of my tea. Yes, Senior. Yang Lingqian accepted the tea with a flattered expression and took a small sip. Her face instantly blushed, and an intoxicated expression appeared on her face. Her snow-white body rose and fell violently under her red dress, and her breathing also quickened. Starry sky flames. So beautiful. It's as if I'm lost in it. Yang Lingqian couldn't help but exclaim in a mesmerizing voice. Yang Zheng stared at his daughter in astonishment. This was the first time he had seen his daughter reveal such an expression after drinking tea. Senior's Tao of tea has reached the pinnacle. I'm full of admiration. Yang Lingqian bowed to Enlin again with an expression of admiration. She looked at Enlin with a completely different expression than before. Before, she was in awe of Enlin's identity. Now, however, she was in awe of his Tao of tea. It's just a little skill. It's not worth mentioning. And Lin waved his hand nonchalantly. Yang Zheng felt even more awe and reverence toward Lin. As expected, Lin was an ancient, exalted immortal. He was able to subdue the number 1 Tao of tea in Yongyang City with a casual display of his skills. All right, let's not chat. Tell me about the changes that have taken place in the past 10,000 years, and Lin said indifferently. The heavenly Tao fragment had fallen into the divine source continent 10,000 years ago. The changes that had taken place during this period of time would definitely be related to the heavenly Tao fragment. All right, I'll tell you now. Before Senior went into seclusion, the divine source continent was in the desolate era of the 9 emperors and 1,000 kingdoms, right? Yang Jing asked. That's right. And Lin nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, what the hell is the 9 emperors and 1,000 kingdoms? There was a hint of reverence in Yang Zheng's solemn expression. But now we only have one monarch, a paragon immortal king. His appearance caused the 1,000 kingdoms era to become history, and all lands under the heavens belong to him. All below the monarch are lackeys. Chapter 1355. And Lin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Yang Zheng's words. Judging from Yang Zheng's words, an immortal king had appeared out of nowhere, united 1,000 countries, and brought the entire world under his throne. That immortal king is so powerful. I wonder how powerful he is? And Lin asked curiously, we don't know how powerful he is. Yang Zheng looked up at the sky and said softly, however, the immortal king has swept through the entire divine source continent. None of the thousands of exalted immortals of the return to Void Stage were able to last more than 3 rounds against him. He is the most powerful being on the divine source continent. From then on, there was only one empire in this world, and that was the divine source empire. The immortal king palace that he established is located in the center of the divine source empire, and it is the only super sect in this world. Anyone who sees the immortal king palace has to kneel and pay their respects, including exalted immortals of the return to Void Stage. And Lin's brows furrowed. He's that arrogant. Sigh. The entire world is under the rule of the immortal king palace, and all the resources are under its control. Anyone who refuses to submit will die. It's just that simple. Yang Jing shook his head and heaved a long sigh. How did this immortal king become so powerful? Was there someone like him in the past? And Lin asked. The immortal king was the former ruler of the Kunlun Empire, Feng Wuya. Yang Zheng replied respectfully, and Lin pretended to come to a sudden realization. So it was him. That's right, it was him. Feng Wuya was once a warmonger who had the ambition to conquer other empires. 10,000 years ago, a meteorite crashed into the Kunlun Empire, and the world changed drastically. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth became more abundant, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became more abundant. It became easier to raise one's cultivation base. 1,000 years later, Feng Wuya broke through from the return to void pinnacle stage and reached a cultivation base that no one had ever reached before. A yearning expression appeared on Yang Zheng's face. He named that cultivation base the Immortal King stage. From then on, there was only one paragon in this world, and that was the Immortal King, Feng Wuya. And Lin's expression shifted again. Breaking through from the return to void pinnacle stage meant reaching the Tao integration stage. As expected, there really were Tao integration stage super mighty figures in this world. This was going to be a little troublesome. All of this may have been caused by that meteorite. How much do you know about that meteorite? And Lin took a sip of tea and asked. Yang Jing shook his head. I don't know about that. I only know that the meteorite is stored in a secret chamber in the Immortal King Palace. The Immortal King uses it to cultivate. In the past 10,000 years, there have been powerful beings who have been eyeing that meteorite. In fact, there have been a dozen or so extremely powerful exalted immortals who have appeared out of nowhere and entered the Immortal King Palace. However, all of them were killed by the Immortal King without exception, and their corpses were hung in front of the Immortal King Palace as a warning to the other powerful beings. And Lin's expression was a little grave. Those extremely powerful exalted immortals were most likely the return to void stage cultivators sent by Nuwa and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. However, they had all failed. While they were chatting, dong, 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 the distant and loud tolling of a bell rang out. Yang Zheng stood up abruptly and said nervously, "This is the bell of the Immortal King Palace." That's right. Today is the day our Yongyang city hands over the immortal items to the Immortal King Palace. Saying this, he bowed apologetically toward Lin. Exalted Immortal Lin, I'll be taking my leave first. I have to go and prepare the cultivation resources. And Lin nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. It just so happened that he wanted to meet the people from the Immortal King Palace. In the welcoming hall of the Yongyang city, Lord's Manor, a man dressed in a golden Taoist robe sat arrogantly on the main seat. City Lord Yang Zheng and his daughter, Yang Lingqian, immediately knelt down and paid their respects when they saw the envoy. Your humble servant is Yang Zheng. Yang Lingqian, greetings, envoy of the Immortal King. The man casually tossed his vital energy toward the two people on the ground. Then he said indifferently, "You may rise." "Thank you for your kindness, envoy of the Immortal King." Yang Zheng expressed his gratitude. Then he stood up, and Lin had used an invisibility spell technique to spectate from the side. He was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. This envoy of the Immortal King was only of the spirit nurturing stage, while City Lord Yang Zheng was of the soul formation stage. Yet he was so humble. It seemed like the Immortal King Palace was quite intimidating. Yang Lingqian also stood up. The eyes of the man on the main seat lit up when he saw Yang Lingqian's alluring, off-the-shoulder red dress. Seeing this, Yang Lingqian lowered her head. She had a bad feeling about this. In order to meet exalted Immortal Lin, she had dressed rather openly. Now, however, she had forgotten to change into a conservative Taoist robe. Yang Zheng immediately handed a storage ring to the envoy and said respectfully, These are the resources that Yongyang City has offered up this year. Please take a look. The Immortal King envoy finished refining the storage ring. He looked at the treasures inside and nodded in satisfaction. A smile appeared on his face. City Lord Yangzheng, you've done very well with your offering. You're worthy of praise. Yang Zheng bowed nervously. It's the honor of every living being on the Divine Source continent to serve the Immortal King, he said politely. It's good that you understand this principle. It is indeed the duty of every living being on the Divine Source continent to serve the Immortal King, the envoy said with a wide smile. Then, his gaze fell upon Yang Lingqian. City Lord, I see that your daughter, Yang Lingqian, is beautiful and charming. She has the beauty to topple cities. The Immortal King is currently recruiting stunning, celestial maidens. He wants 3,000 concubines. Your daughter already meets the requirements. This is an opportunity for her to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Let her come with me to the Immortal King Palace. As soon as he said that, both of their expressions changed. Immortal King Envoy, my daughter is still young. She's not prepared for anything. Yang Zheng hurriedly said, What a joke! How could she ascend to the heavens in a single step if she had 3,000 concubines? Was it even possible for her to ascend to the heavens with 3,000? How could her daughter be happy if she was given the cold shoulder? I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. I really can't leave now. I'm afraid I'll have to miss out on this rare opportunity. I hope the Immortal King Envoy can understand. Yang Lingqian bowed slightly. She hoped to use her cultivation base as an excuse to avoid this matter. The man's expression turned completely cold. The Immortal King wants to recruit concubines and you dare to refuse? This is a great disrespect to the Immortal King. Do you believe that I'll report this to the Immortal King Palace right now? Let's see how long your city lord's palace can last then. Yang Zheng's face paled in fright upon hearing this, and Yang Lingqian's body trembled slightly. They knew that the envoy wasn't trying to scare them. This kind of thing was far too common in the Divine Source continent. Disobeying the Immortal Kings would result in the entire sect being annihilated. I'm willing to go. Yang Lingqian bit down on her lower lip. She finally made her decision. Qianu. Yang Zheng's hands trembled. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Father, I'm leaving. You have to take care of yourself. Perhaps I'll be able to return in the future. Yang Lingqian squeezed out a smile with great difficulty. However, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Haha, all right. It's your great fortune to become a concubine in the Immortal King Palace. Why are you acting like you're going to die? The man chuckled. You come with me. Saying this, he led the way out of the palace. A huge griffin was lying on its stomach outside the palace. It was carrying a house on its back. The man led Yang Lingqian into the house. The griffin let out a loud roar and flapped its wings, sweeping up gusts of gale-force winds as it flew into the clouds. The envoy of the Immortal King had forcefully taken the city lord's daughter away with just a few words, and Lin looked up in the direction that the griffin had departed in. After a moment of silence, his body disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1356. The huge griffin disappeared into the clouds and began flying toward the Immortal King Palace. Within an exquisitely decorated house, Yang Lingqian sat uneasily on a chair. The Immortal King's envoy was sitting beside her with a relaxed expression. He was sizing her up with interest. You're very beautiful, and your aptitude is also quite good. If you really become the Immortal King's concubine, you might be able to climb up the ranks and become an immortal concubine. When that time comes, you'll be able to have anything you want. The Immortal King's envoy nodded with satisfaction. Yang Lingqian pursed her thin lips and nodded lightly. Thank you for your praise, Immortal King's envoy. I'll definitely work hard. Very good. The man brought out a wine cup filled with sparkling, white liquid from his storage ring and handed it to Yang Lingqian. This is Wind Spirit Divine Wood Wine. It has the miraculous effects of nourishing your skin and increasing your vitality. You can have a taste. Yang Lingqian hesitated momentarily before accepting the wine cup from the man. She didn't dare to disrespect the Immortal King's envoy, so she obediently took a sip of the liquid in the cup. The taste of the wine was refreshing and natural. It melted into her body as soon as it entered her mouth. There was even a faint alcoholic aroma. "How does it taste?" the man asked. "Delicious." Yang Lingqian nodded lightly. However, she suddenly discovered that her body was becoming weak and feeble. It was as if all the meridians in her body had been blocked by some kind of power. At the same time, her entire body began to heat up. What did you give me to drink?" Yang Lingqian's beautiful eyes widened as she stared intently at the man sitting beside her. An extremely ominous feeling welled up in her heart. "Hee, I've given you a drug that can make you look extremely amorous." The man stood up. His calm expression was completely gone as his eyes wandered over Yang Lingqian's body with greed. Yang Lingqian understood. She stared at the man in front of her with incredulity. "You, how dare you?" The man splayed his hands open. "Why wouldn't I dare? You're not the Immortal King's concubine yet. You're merely the daughter of a city lord. I'll take care of you here, and then I'll kill you. When the time comes, I can just say that an accident happened while I was taking you to the Immortal King Palace, and you died a horrible death at the hands of a mutant beast. Could it be that Yang Zheng can do anything to me, the Immortal King's envoy?" Yang Lingqian's body trembled slightly upon hearing this, and an expression of humiliation and despair appeared on her face. "You can only blame yourself for being too seductive." The man's scorching gaze roamed up and down Yang Ling's slender body. Then he looked at her beautiful face and her eyes, which looked like they were about to burst into tears. All of this made him extremely excited. "Of course, if you can completely submit to me and become my concubine, I can consider sparing your life." The man slowly made his way toward Yang Lingqian. He licked his lips and said, "I can't bear to kill such an exquisitely beautiful woman after my first pleasure." Don't come over!" Yang Lingqian's breathing accelerated. Her entire body was limp from the effects of the pill, and she didn't even have a chance to unleash a spell technique. Tears were already flowing from her eyes. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed herself in the heart. The man immediately waved a hand through the air upon seeing this. There was a loud bang, and the dagger fell to the ground. Yang Lingqian also fell to the ground due to the force of the impact. "Oh my, you're dressed so seductively. Who would have thought that you'd be so chaste?" The man's gaze became even more scorching as he spoke, and he reached out toward the woman on the ground. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past. Everything fell silent. The man suddenly discovered that his entire body had been restrained by a peculiar power. "Who is it?" The man's expression shifted drastically. "Show yourself." A handsome man in a flowing white robe suddenly appeared beside the Immortal King's envoy. There was a look of exasperation on his face as he shook his head. "Geez, I just wanted to hitch a ride to the Immortal King's palace. Why do you have to show me this?" Yang Lingqian's pupils contracted upon seeing the white-robed man's appearance. "You are an exalted immortal Lin." "An exalted immortal?" The Immortal King's envoy's expression also shifted upon hearing this. Exalted immortals were the rulers of nations in ancient times. Even now, they were still extremely revered beings. Ordinary people would perhaps prostrate themselves in worship upon seeing exalted immortals. However, members of the Immortal King's palace were exceptions. A ferocious expression appeared on the Immortal King's envoy's face. "So what if you're an exalted immortal? Open your eyes and look carefully. I'm the Immortal King's envoy. I advise you to mind your own business." Hurry up and kneel before me. Then scram. Bam bam. Ah! Two explosions erupted, accompanied by the man's shrill cries. The man's kneecaps were shattered, and he knelt before Lin, and Lin chuckled coldly. Who would have thought that a measly spirit-nurturing stage cultivator would dare to act so arrogantly in the face of a return to void stage exalted immortal? The man held in anguish as he knelt on the ground. There was a look of resentment on his face as he glared at Lin. Seeing the Immortal King's envoy is like seeing the Immortal King. How dare you injure the Immortal King's envoy? The Immortal King definitely won't forgive you. Heh. Immortal King's envoy? In my eyes, the Immortal King is nothing. If he doesn't come looking for me, I'm going to go looking for him. He dares to throw a tantrum in front of me with just a tiger flag? A loud slap sounded as he spoke, and Lin slapped the Immortal King's envoy across the face again, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. The man clasped his swollen face and gritted his teeth. Every Immortal King's envoy is related to the Immortal King's reputation. He's already planted a tracking seed in our bodies. If you continue to do this and get discovered, you'll definitely be sliced into pieces by the Immortal King. I advise you to kowtow and apologize to me. How about, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a scorching sensation in his heart. Then, a burst of power tore at something within his heart. In the next instant, an inky black flame seed appeared in Lin's hand. Oh, this is the seed left behind by Immortal King Fengwia? Interesting. And Lin looked at the dancing flame in his hand with an intrigued expression. The man looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? This is the power of the Immortal King. You're only an exalted immortal. How did you discover and extract the flame seed from my body? He had never seen something like this before, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Terror finally welled up in his heart. Why is it not possible? I just casually grabbed it. And Lin chuckled. That's right, you're useless now. You can die now. An expression of horror and despair appeared on the man's face. No, you can't. Before he could finish his sentence, a divine flame engulfed his body. An anguished wail reverberated throughout the room. The man's body was instantly incinerated into wisps of smoke by the divine flame. TSK, you're just a bunch of trash. I can't be bothered to waste my breath. And Lin shook his head and extinguished the black flame seed in his hand. After doing all this, he was just about to turn around and help Yang Lingqian up. He had only just turned around when a red figure pounced toward him and pushed him to the ground. A warm and soft body pressed firmly against him, and Lin's eyes widened. He could see that Yang Lingqian's breathing was a little erratic, and her eyes were glazed over. Her alluring features were now flushed red, creating an extremely alluring sight. You, before Lin could say anything, Yang Lingqian lowered her head and pressed her red lips tightly against Lin's. Chapter 1357. And Lin was dumbstruck for a split second. This allure was far too sudden. For some reason, Yang Lingqian's snowy white skin was tinged with a faint pink color and was a little hot. Her bare shoulders were pressed against Lin's chest, which was rising and falling violently, sending a soul-stirring sensation through his body. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Lin's waist, and her eyes were captivating. Her red lips pressed against Lin's lips, and her little tongue stuck out as she sought to taste him to her heart's content. Yang Lingqian was already an alluring beauty, and her figure was superb. Her waist was slender, and her legs were long and slender. Now that she was in heat, she was extremely alluring. Her long, slender legs peeked out from her red dress, and it was as if she wanted to clamp down on Lin. But who was Lin? How could an ordinary cultivator compare to him? And Lin immediately sent Yang Lingqian flying with a slap. How dare you, seductress? Don't you dare take advantage of me. And Lin roared. However, Yang Lingqian crawled back to her feet after being slapped away. Exalted Immortal and Lin, She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her face was flushed red with embarrassment. She looked at Enlin with a hint of desire in her eyes, and her slender hands caressed her exquisite collarbone. She licked her red lips, and she was about to pounce on Enlin again. And Lin's lips twitched. Holy F asterisk CK, is the drug that powerful? Yang Lingqian pounced on him, and Enlin immediately activated his evergreen technique. He tapped a finger on Yang Lingqian's soft and scorching abdomen, and power instantly surged through her entire body. Yang Lingqian's body stiffened on the spot. The drug's effects quickly receded, and her eyes finally regained clarity. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She wants to use an aphrodisiac to make me lose my virginity? Dream on. He wasn't such a vulgar person. Besides, only the female had been affected by the aphrodisiac this time, and he hadn't been affected by it. If he really tried to make a move, how would he be any different from a beast? Thus, Enlin became a person who was worse than a beast. This, exalted Immortal Enlin, Yang Lingqian's eyes regained their clarity, and she gathered her disheveled clothes with her hands. Tears threatened to fall from her eyes. Exalted Immortal, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. She knelt on the ground, her face full of shame. She wanted nothing more than to crawl into the ground. Hurry up and get up. I know you didn't do it on purpose. And Lin hurriedly helped Yang Lingqian up. This is all because of that piece of trash. Yang Lingqian looked at Enlin with an aggrieved and grateful expression. Thank you, exalted Immortal Enlin. If it weren't for you, I would probably be. She thought about committing suicide, but she didn't even have the strength to do so at that time. If not for Enlin's intervention, her body would definitely have been ravaged by that immortal king's envoy. Thinking back to Enlin's calm and collected demeanor, Yang Lingqian couldn't help but admire the man standing before her. At the same time, her impression of Enlin also improved significantly. It's all in the past now. It's all right. And Lin consoled her in a gentle voice before picking up the storage ring from the ground. Exalted Immortal Enlin, you killed the immortal king's envoy. You should hurry up and escape. As long as you don't leave any traces nearby, the immortal king won't be able to find you. Yang Lingqian urged in a panicked voice. Escape? Why would I escape? And Lin chuckled. What are you going to do if you don't escape? Yang Lingqian's eyes widened, and Lin refined the storage ring and looked at the dazzling array of treasures within it. Yongyang City still hasn't offered any treasures to the immortal king palace, right? I'm going to help the envoy to the end. Yang Lingqian was truly given a fright this time. You don't have to take such a risk. If we escape now, the immortal king's envoy's death won't be traced back to us. Just leave the offering to my father. No, I want to take such a risk. And Lin spoke in a resolute voice. Yang Lingqian, oh, that's right. You can go back now. You're free now. And Lin smiled. Yang Lingqian hesitated momentarily upon hearing this. No, exalted Immortal Enlin, you've only just come out of seclusion, so there are many things you don't know. I can stay by your side and help you. And Lin looked deeply at the woman in the red dress beside him. You already said that this trip is going to be extremely perilous, yet you're still willing to follow me. The woman pursed her lips and said with a determined expression, I was saved by you, Senior. So what if I die because of this? I'll just let Qian or stay by your side and help you. And Lin added upon seeing the woman's resolute expression, I'll tell you another secret. There's a very high possibility that I'll have to fight the immortal king on this trip. Yang Lingqian. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of her trembling body and her cheeks turning deathly pale. Do you still want to come? After a while, Yang Lingqian took a deep breath. I've already told you that you saved me, so I have to repay you. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die. So what if you kill an immortal king? And Lin looked at the woman in front of him again. Yang Lingqian wasn't very powerful, but he couldn't help but sigh in admiration at her tenacity. From her resolute refusal to recruit a concubine to her decision to sacrifice herself for the safety of those around her, and now to her decision to stay by his side in order to repay him. Everything this woman did required a lot of courage, but she still did it. However, what Lin didn't expect was for Yang Lingqian to think like this. Killing the immortal king? That's just a bluff. Exalted Immortal Lin is most likely going to the Immortal King Palace, so it shouldn't be too risky. After all, which exalted immortal wouldn't care about their own lives? He's definitely using this method to test my loyalty. I'll definitely perform well. Seeing as that's the case, you can stay. I'm also lacking a guide. And Lin sighed lightly. He finally accepted Yang Lingqian's request to follow him. Don't worry, exalted immortal Lin. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Yang Lingqian clenched her little fists and spoke with fighting spirit in her voice. And Lin sat back down in his chair and looked at the griffin outside the room with a smile. This beast doesn't even know that its master has died. It's still flying? The griffin is a common steed in the Immortal King Palace. Its master isn't the Immortal King's envoy. As long as no one commands it, it will continue to fly according to its predetermined path. Yang Lingqian smiled and said, We'll arrive at the Immortal King Palace in 10 days. And Lin nodded. 10 days wasn't a long time. He began to rummage through the items in his storage ring. There's so much good stuff in just one city's offerings. And Lin was a little astonished as he rummaged through the treasures in his storage ring. There were 100,000 spirit stones, as well as all types of strange treasures that he couldn't recognize. And Lin didn't recognize most of them. Every place had its own unique characteristics. Our Yongyang city is a large city, so we have more offerings, Yang Lingqian said. Some small cities are too poor and don't have anything good to offer. The Immortal King will send people to wipe those cities off the face of this world. And Lin's expression shifted upon hearing this. Isn't that a little too harsh? He said that weaklings don't have the right to live in this world, Yang Lingqian said. It's precisely because of Immortal King Feng Wuya's tyrannical rule and insane accumulation of wealth that the city lords of many cities will exploit the residents like crazy when their income is low. This has resulted in many cities living in destitution, and Lin fell silent for a moment before saying, The Immortal King is a tyrant. Even someone like him can rule over the entire continent. A resigned expression appeared on Yang Lingqian's face. It can't be helped. It's been 9,000 years since the Immortal King unified the entire continent. There have been over 100,000 uprisings and uprisings, but none of them have succeeded. And Lin was speechless upon hearing this. Isn't there a little too many uprisings? Chapter 1358. Not all tyrannical regimes will be overthrown. If we want to make change, we'll need more power. Yang Lingqian was clearly very displeased with the Immortal King's actions, but she could only smile wryly in the end. I had thought that Feng Wuya's breakthrough would usher in a new era of cultivation, and countless exalted immortals would break through to new cultivation bases. Who would have thought that the beginning would be the end? No one would break through to a new cultivation base for the next 10,000 years, and Lin chuckled upon hearing this. I'd like to see just how powerful this faction that has failed to topple even after over 100,000 revolts is. Yang Lingqian turned to Lin with a curious expression. How do you want to see it? I want to fight him, and Lin replied. All of the immortals he fought have died, Yang Lingqian said in a panicked voice. Then I want to see if I'm going to beat him to death, or if he's going to beat me to death. And Lin's eyes burned with the flames of battle. Yang Lingqian. And Lin leaned toward Yang Lingqian with a smile on his face. What, are you scared again? Of course not. I'm not scared. A faint blush appeared on Yang Lingqian's face as she averted her gaze. She had initially thought that Lin was only bluffing when he said he wanted to fight the immortal king. However, it looked like Lin really was going to fight him. The griffin continued to fly toward the immortal king palace, and Lin looked down at the continent below him from within his house. He saw a series of different nations and different tribes, but overall, the majority was still human. The immortal king of this world, Fenghuia, was also a human. From a basic perspective, this was a very good world, and Lin had been to many worlds. Earth, the Zhanqi continent, the ancient Tai Chu realm, the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, the divine mirror world. The divine source continent gave him the feeling that it was only inferior to the Tai Chu continent. Unfortunately, due to Fenghuia's tyrannical rule, most of the living beings in this world were unhappy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many brave warriors who still chose to rise up against Fenghuia despite knowing how powerful he was. Up ahead is the main city of the Divine Source Empire, Kunlun City. It used to be the Kunlun Empire. That meteorite landed in the Kunlun Empire's Qingten City, Yang Lingqian said as she pointed ahead. And Lin looked out of the window and saw a white city wall that was hundreds of meters tall, standing on the ground like a giant beast. Inside the city was a bustling city with all kinds of creatures coming and going. There was no end in sight. Towering towers gave off a dazzling white light, and ripples of energy spread out in all directions. The points of the towers formed lines, and the lines formed planes, forming a massive formation. How impressive! This Dao integration stage formation enshrouds the entire Kunlun city, allowing it to observe everything that's happening in the entire city. Furthermore, it can attack wherever it wants. A white light flashed through Lin's eyes as he clicked his tongue in wonder. Kunlun City was larger than any city he had seen in the past. It was truly boundless with no end in sight. There were at least several 100 million living beings living in the city. Hence, instead of saying that this formation could encompass an entire city, it was more accurate to say that this formation could encompass an entire nation. Dao integration stage formation? What rank is Dao integration? Yang Lingqian looked at Lin with a confused expression. Dao integration refers to a cultivator walking out of their own Dao and condensing their own Dao into the great Dao of heaven and earth. This process is known as Dao integration. That Fenghuia is most likely a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and Lin explained. Yang Lingqian's eyes widened as if she was listening to a heavenly book. She looked at Lin with astonishment. In this world, Fenghuia is the only being who has reached a new rank. No exalted immortal knows what rank Fenghuia is at. How do you know? And Lin stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky outside the window and said in a slow voice, "The heavens are vast, and the rivers of stars are vast. This world is very big, and there are many things you don't know about." Yang Lingqian looked at the man's ethereal figure and listened to his words. For some reason, a sense of awe and yearning welled up in her heart. She still didn't know how Lin knew about Fenghuia's cultivation base. However, she knew that Lin was very bad *SS. When the man turned around again, his face had turned ugly. Yang Lingqian was given a fright, and she stumbled back a few steps. You're exalted immortal Lin? And Lin nodded, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. What do you think? Do I look like him? Yang Lingqian patted her voluptuous chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me to death. You really do look like him. Regardless of whether it's your appearance, expression, or aura, you're very similar to that immortal king's envoy. And Lin was very satisfied with Yang Lingqian's reaction. Now that he had used his water-type cultivation method, the divine liquid of creation, to disguise himself, even Dao integration stage, super mighty figures wouldn't be able to discover his true form unless they focused their divine sense. Chirp! The griffin in the sky suddenly let loose a clear cry before diving downward. Then it landed with a resounding boom. "We're here," Yang Lingqian said nervously. And Lin opened the door, and Yang Lingqian followed closely behind him. After exiting the room, they were greeted by the sight of a pristine, white palace. These buildings were all very unique in shape. All of them were triangular in shape, with the base being large and the top being small. The smaller ones were several dozen meters tall, while the taller ones were several hundred meters tall or several thousand meters tall. This was the first time Lin saw these buildings, and he immediately thought of the pyramids of ancient Egypt on Earth. However, the buildings in front of him were different in that they were pure white, and their surfaces were extremely smooth. It was clear that they had been constructed with special materials. One griffin after another descended from the sky, and it felt like an airport. Many arrogant cultivators walked out from the griffin. For some reason, they all exuded an air of arrogance. "Yo, Lu Peng, you brought back a supreme-grade immortal for the Immortal King. You'll probably be rewarded handsomely this time." A purple-robed cultivator walked over and looked at Yang Lingqian with glowing eyes. Yang Lingqian felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, and she inched closer to Lin. And Lin only found out now that the person he had burned was called Lu Peng. A solemn expression immediately appeared on his face. "It's my honor to serve the Immortal King. Even if I don't receive any rewards, I'll still do my best." The purple-robed cultivator sneered. "You're still the same bootlicker. However, I'm a little surprised that you gave this supreme-grade immortal to the Immortal King. With your lecherous personality, I thought you'd keep it for yourself." And Lin thought to himself, "You really do know Lu Peng. He really does want to keep it for himself. For the Immortal King, I'm willing to give up everything." A fanatical expression appeared on Lin's face. All right. Hurry up and escort her to the back of the palace." The man seemed to be unable to stand Lin's attitude, and he waved his hand before leaving. Yang Lingqian stood behind Lin with a nervous expression. "What do we do now?" "Don't tell me you really want me to," and Lin shook his head. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Chapter 1359. Let's follow Lu Peng's route for now. That way we won't be discovered easily, and we'll be able to gather information. "Don't worry, I'll protect you," and Lin said in a low voice. "All right, I'll listen to you." Yang Lingqian nodded obediently, and Lin had come to the Immortal King Palace to search for the heavenly Tao fragment. It would be even better if he could steal the heavenly Tao fragment without anyone noticing. After all Tao integration stage super mighty figures were supremely talented and had many trump cards up their sleeves. None of them were easy to deal with. Apparently, there were over 1,000 returned to void stage super mighty figures in the divine source continent, but only one Tao integration stage super mighty figure had appeared. From this, one could imagine just how rare and terrifying Tao integration stage super mighty figures were. He had never fought a Tao integration stage super mighty figure before. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to guarantee that he could defeat a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Hence, stealing the heavenly Tao fragment was Lin's best option. Yang Lingqian's mood became a lot more relaxed. As expected, Exalted Immortal Lin wasn't a suicidal maniac. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was just trying to scare her. Some of the Immortal King ambassadors who had returned on their griffins also brought back beauties with them, and Lin followed behind them, and he would be able to find his way to the harem. Yang Lingqian was the most beautiful among the beauties, so she attracted a lot of attention. "Roar! Mr. Lu Peng, the Immortal King concubine you brought looks quite good." A soul beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a tiger said with an envious expression, and Lin glanced at the soul beast's side with a smile. "The vixen you brought is quite a beauty as well." The vixen wagged her white tail, and she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious wink at Lin as she flexed her graceful figure. And Lin could tell that she was a vicious character who would actively compete for the Immortal King's favor. "Ha ha ha, mine is so. The Immortal King has gotten sick of eating wild animals recently, and he wants human concubines. Back in the day, the immortal king loved the beauties of the fox tribe the most. The soul beast sighed with emotion before turning to look at Enlin with an envious expression. Enlin was a little surprised to hear this. Yang Lingqian transmitted her voice to Enlin at this moment. Not only is immortal King Feng Wuya violent, but he's also extremely licentious. In the entire continent, he was interested in all the beauties of the races that resembled the human race. Of the 3,000 concubines in his harem, more than half of them aren't human. Vixens, mermaids, snake spirits, primordial demonesses, tree of life spirits, he likes them all. And Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this guy not only a tyrant, but also a freaking poodle? This was too scary. Did he no longer care about race when he became lascivious? And Lin walked forward and arrived in front of a huge triangular building that was over 1,000 meters tall. An extremely beautiful woman was methodically recording the names of the women she had brought. Her eyes lit up when she saw Yang Lingqian, who was with Enlin. "What's your name?" Yang Lingqian bowed slightly. "My name is Yang Lingqian, the daughter of the city lord of Langyan Nations, Yongyang City." "Are you a virgin?" the woman asked again. Yang Lingqian blushed, but she still nodded. "Yes. Good, very good." The woman nodded joyfully before turning to Enlin. "Lu Peng, you did well this time. I'll give you full stars for the concubine recruitment mission." Enlin pretended to be overjoyed as he bowed. "Thank you for your praise, your majesty." Right at this moment, a sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong! The system interface lit up for the first time in a long time. Enlin excitedly opened the system interface. Detected that host is approaching the Spring Light Palace. Now assigning the following special mission. A true war god should take on the responsibility of rescuing all living beings. There are currently over 2,000 women imprisoned in the palace. Rescue at least 2,000 women and obtain the favor of 2,000 beautiful women. The mission will be completed. Mission success. Receive the second stage of the Divine Might Technique, the Great Divine Might Technique. Mission failure. What do I need this metal staff for? Impotence for 100 years. Note, time limit 1 month. This mission cannot be rejected. And Lin felt as if he had vomited a mouthful of blood when he saw the system. Why did the system always make life difficult for his little brother? His little brother didn't do anything to provoke the system. Also, he had to rescue over 2,000 beautiful women from the harem and obtain the favor of 2,000 beautiful women. Could it be that this mission meant that he had to make immortal King Feng Wuya a cuckold? Did it have to be so exciting? And Lin was suddenly feeling a little sorry for Feng Wuya. Someone, bring Yang Lingqian into the Spring Light Palace, the gorgeous female commanded. Yang Lingqian turned to Enlin with a pleading expression. Enlin transmitted his voice to her. "Don't worry, I'll protect you from the shadows." Yang Lingqian nodded and followed the servant in another direction. Enlin left the white triangular building and made his way to a place where there was no one around. His body then transformed into a cloud and mist before disappearing on the spot. Mist immortal technique. A cloud and mist swept past and caught up to Yang Lingqian. However, she was completely unaware of this as she continued to survey her surroundings with unease. The one with the highest cultivation base here was the beautiful woman who was responsible for collecting concubines. She was at the return to void intermediate stage, so she was completely unable to detect Enlin's presence. After walking for a short while, a gate appeared before them. There were large, shiny, golden words on the gate, Spring Light Palace. Yang Lingqian walked into the Spring Light Palace, and Lin maintained his cloud and mist form as he snuck into the Spring Light Palace alongside Yang Lingqian. To put it in simpler terms, and Lin had snuck into Feng Wuya's harem, and Lin surveyed his surroundings with a curious expression. The scenery here was definitely beautiful. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and the scenery was extremely vibrant. There was a scenery every 10 steps, and there were exquisite sceneries everywhere one went. Women loved flowers, so there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. Aside from the scenery, there were also a series of triangular palaces scattered about. They blended in with nature, creating a sense of tranquility and harmony. From time to time, the pleasing voices of women could be heard, and Lin even saw an octopus concubine. Even though she had the appearance of a woman, there was a series of large suckers on her smooth skin. He was truly astonished by the scene. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Feng Hui's appetite. "You can live here from now on. You can hang out with your other sisters," a white-robed servant said with a smile. Another white-robed servant chimed in, "I'll send a portrait of you to the immortal monarchs. If the immortal king is interested in you and visits you, you'll be able to enjoy endless riches and glory." "Thank you, big sister." Yang Lingqian bowed obediently. The white-robed servant nodded with a smile. "Your appearance is also quite outstanding among all of the concubines. I'm sure that day will come soon." The two white-robed servants bade farewell. Only then did Yang Lingqian lie down on her bed. With an aggrieved expression, she murmured to herself, "I wonder when Exalted Immortal Lin is going to come and save me. If he comes too late and Feng Hui comes before him, what am I going to do?" Chapter 1360. Yang Lingqian stared up at the ceiling. No one knew what she was thinking. A voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Don't worry, I'm always by your side. There's no way he's faster than me." Yang Lingqian almost screamed in fright upon hearing this sudden voice. A hand suddenly appeared and covered her mouth. The shock in Yang Lingqian's eyes was replaced by undisguisable joy when she saw the man before her. And Lin made a shushing gesture, and Yang Lingqian nodded obediently. Only then did he slowly release his hand from her mouth. "You're finally here." Yang Lingqian smiled, and Lin was speechless as he looked at her. "We've only been apart for about 10 minutes, and you're already acting like you've finally reunited with me. I'm just scared." Yang Lingqian blushed slightly. "Oh, right. Have you taken care of your business? When can we leave?" And Lin's expression darkened. "What business? Can I take care of it in less than 10 minutes? Yang Lingqian's blush deepened, and she looked like a ripe apple as she blinked at Lin. You can take care of that business," and Lin faltered for a moment before coming to his senses. He flared up with rage. "You're insulting me." Yang Lingqian recoiled in fright. "I'm sorry." And Lin didn't dare to act up at the sight of the frightened woman. Not only did the system have a problem with his little brother recently, but even this woman had misunderstood his little brother, and Lin felt like it was time to find an opportunity to clear his little brother's name. "It's fine. Look at how scared you are." And Lin handed a blue jade pendant to Yang Lingqian before saying, "I'm going to scout the surroundings first. I've already injected a wisp of my divine sense into this jade pendant. If there's an emergency, crush this jade pendant, and I'll rush over immediately." Yang Lingqian gripped the jade pendant tightly in her hand and nodded. "Be careful. No one here can do anything to me." And Lin laughed. "You mustn't get complacent. There are 5 return to Void Stage Exalted Immortals in the harem alone." Yang Lingqian spoke in a panicked voice. As for the Immortal King Palace, it said that there are over 100 return to Void Stage Exalted Immortals who are loyal to the Immortal King. In her heart, and Lin was just an ordinary return to Void Stage Exalted Immortal who liked to boast. In the face of the terrifying power of an Immortal King, he was far too insignificant, which was why she was so concerned. "Don't worry. Even if I encounter a Celestial King, I can still kill him with one sword strike." And Lin snorted coldly. Exalted Immortal Lin is the best." Yang Lingqian nodded with a smile, However, she thought to herself, "See, he's bragging again. I'll just pretend to play along. Oh, by the way, if you walk around with the other women in the palace, you can try to find out more about the meteorite that landed in the Kunlun Empire." And Lin continued. Yang Lingqian was given a fright upon hearing this, and her features paled slightly. "Your target is that meteorite? Please don't be like this. Do you know how many top-tier powerful beings have died in the pursuit of that meteorite?" And Lin held on to Yang Lingqian's slightly trembling hand with an earnest expression. "Please trust me." Yang Lingqian panicked when she felt the warmth radiating from the back of her hand, and she nodded instinctively. "All right, I trust you." And Lin transformed into mist again and flew out the window. It was now evening, and the sun was setting. The spring light palace of the Immortal King Palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The vibrant spring scenery of the day had transformed into a vibrant night scene that was just as dazzling and mesmerizing. And Lin was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. His main mission now was to find the heavenly Tao fragment, and his secondary mission was to rescue the 2,000 trapped beauties. He had a harem of 3,000, but the system only wanted him to rescue 2,000 beauties. It looked like some of the women who truly wanted to throw themselves at the Immortal King were excluded. If he really did rescue all of the harem, then the difficulty level would increase countless times. No, even if he wanted to rescue 2,000 beauties and make them develop feelings of fondness toward him, it would still be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had to think of a better way. And Lin thought to himself as he stealthily made his way toward the core region of the Immortal King Palace. The heavenly Tao fragment was extremely important, so it had to be hidden in the most secretive place. Cultivators from the Immortal King Palace came and went as they flew through the air, and Lin encountered over 1,000 cultivators at the spirit nurturing stage or above along the way, and there were even 3 returned to void stage mighty figures among them. The harem was a fairly central place, and the area even more central than the harem was most likely the restricted area where Immortal King Feng Wuya cultivated. The tallest triangular pagoda, over 10,000 feet tall in the center, should be where the Immortal King Palace holds meetings. There are very rich, vital energy, fluctuations behind it, and the spiritual aura of heaven and earth is extremely concentrated there. That should be where the Immortal King cultivates. And Lin slowly approached the pagoda in his white mist form. However, he soon stopped in his tracks, and Lin continued to unleash his divine inspection technique in order to keep an eye on the invisible restrictive spell formations around him. At this moment, there was a blue, spherical formation enshrouding a black, rectangular building. Extremely terrifying energy fluctuations were emanating from that rectangular building. Not only is this an isolation barrier, but it's also a killing formation. Not only that, but if the spell formation is broken, it can also send out an alarm to the entire Immortal King Palace at an extremely fast speed. And Lin's expression became grave for the first time. Also, this formation has gathered the power of the entire Kunlun city. That's the power of an entire nation. And if it were to erupt, its power would be truly unfathomable. It wasn't that he couldn't break the formation, but if he did, he would immediately be discovered by Immortal King Feng Wuya, and a battle would be unavoidable. As such, the harem mission would become extremely difficult to complete. Aside from that, Feng Wuya had countless backup plans in the Immortal King Palace, so Lin couldn't guarantee victory. It would be best if he could drag Feng Wuya out of the Immortal King Palace for another battle. Now is not a good time to strike. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Just as he was surveying his surroundings, the blue formation suddenly tremored violently. Then an opening appeared in a certain direction, from which a suffocating power surged forth in a frenzy. A thin man in a black robe with slightly pale skin slowly made his way out. His terrifying aura had only just proliferated before it was completely withdrawn. Each and every step he took created a black lotus flower on the ground, creating a beautiful sight to behold. There were two returned to Void Stage exalted immortals beside the man. One of them was a middle-aged man in a suit of colorful armor, and his aura was vast and powerful. The other was an exquisitely beautiful woman with a seductive figure. The woman pointed a finger at the air, and a series of portraits appeared in the air. Immortal King, you must be working hard in your cultivation. I've selected a few dozen outstanding newcomers for you. I hope you'll have a pleasant night, the woman said with a dainty smile. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up at the images in the air before settling on 3 portraits, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. He discovered that one of the portraits was none other than Yang Lingqian. Chapter 1361. There was a very good chance that Yang Lingqian would be chosen by that man. The thin man in the black robe with slightly pale skin was most likely the most powerful being on the Divine Source continent, Immortal King Feng Wuya. Right now, he was hesitating about who he was going to sleep with tonight, and Lin's heart also began to tense up. If he chose Yang Lingqian, then he would definitely have to save her. After all, Yang Lingqian had risked her life to infiltrate the harem for him. If he saved Yang Lingqian, then his harem plans would definitely be disrupted. However, there was still a 66% chance that Yang Lingqian wouldn't be chosen. He could only hope that her luck was better. I want these too. Feng Wuya pointed at the 2 women on the screen. And Lin. What happened to choosing one of the 3? Why did he suddenly choose 2? He suddenly felt like he was still too naive and couldn't keep up with Feng Wuya's train of thought. However, the only fortunate thing was that Feng Wuya didn't choose Yang Lingqian out of the 2 women he chose. Yang Lingqian wasn't just lucky, she was extremely lucky. She didn't look very safe either. The other 2 women weren't even as beautiful as her. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before assigning this to the Immortal King's unique hobbies. The woman beside him immediately bowed with a smile. Yes, Yanji will arrange this right away. The woman tore open a spatial rift and left. Feng Wuya stood on the spot for a long while before suddenly raising his head, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body in the form of black ripples. He roared, "Stop hiding! I know you're here!" His voice was like a clap of thunder, and Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. His missed immortal technique had been discovered. But why wasn't Feng Wuya looking toward where he was hiding? Was he so arrogant that he didn't even spare him a glance? And Lin had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, so he didn't reveal himself. Everything became extremely silent. After a short while, the man in the colorful armor was confused. Immortal King? Feng Wuya shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that I have a nagging feeling that someone is observing me from the shadows. The man smiled. Lord Immortal King, your cultivation is exceedingly high. How could there be a cultivator who could secretly observe you without you noticing? You're worrying too much. Feng Wuya nodded in agreement. Xinglong, you stay outside the meteorite mystic area. The man half knelt on the ground and bowed his head respectfully. Understood. Secretly, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief. It really is a trap. This guy is too cautious. He's already the leader of the world, but he's still so paranoid. Yanji and Xinglong were both returned to Void final stage mighty figures, so they were not to be underestimated. Feng Wuya was making his way toward the Spring Light Palace, and Lin hesitated momentarily before deciding to follow him. The secret place of the meteorite mentioned by the Immortal King should be the black square building inside the formation. There was a high probability that there was a fragment of the heavenly way inside. With that, Lin had a safe plan. The sun sank below the horizon and night fell, and Lin could see that there were 2 moons in the sky, one of which was holy and pristine, while the other was crimson and sinister. They appeared to be completely different, but they also seemed to be in harmony with one another. He fell into deep thought upon seeing this. If the battle between the 2 moons on the Tai Chu continent was a battle between Tao integration stage powerhouses, then what was the battle between the two moons on the divine source continent? He could sense that the two moons in the sky could project the power of the moon, which meant that they weren't just projections. Could it be that these two worlds are connected? Is this because of the fragment of the heavenly way on the Tai Chu continent? And Lin was a little perplexed, but he could only repress his confusion and follow Feng Wuya in silence. Feng Wuya entered the Spring Light Palace, and many beautiful women were already leaning against the windows. They were all looking at the man making his way toward them with curiosity, passion, fear, and unease in their eyes, as well as an indescribably complex look in their eyes. In any case, all of the beauties in the harem seemed to have different attitudes toward Feng Wuya. The exquisitely beautiful Yan Ji stepped out of thin air with a dainty smile on her face. "Immortal King, those two concubines are already waiting for you. You can go over to them at any time." Feng Wuya nodded with a thoughtful expression as he looked at the alluring Yan Ji. "Yan Ji, do you want to come with me?" Yan Ji faltered slightly upon hearing this, before a seductive smile appeared on her face. "I won't be coming, he. Don't forget what kind of cultivation method I'm cultivating, Your Majesty. If my purine body is destroyed by you, you're going to lose a powerful ally." Feng Wuya was still a little reluctant to give up. "Then, when are you going to let me have a taste of your harem of over 1,000 beautiful female cultivators?" "That's not a problem. We'll talk about it after I've had enough intimacy with them." A seductive smile appeared on Yan Ji's face. "I'll be taking my leave now. I have to go and enjoy my harem as well." Yan Ji transformed into a ball of flames and disappeared on the spot. Feng Wuya was a little disappointed, but he still made his way toward his own palace. And Lin was still digesting the conversation between the two of them, and he felt like there was too much information for him to process. He could somewhat understand a man having a harem of 3,000 beauties, but what the hell was this Yan Ji having a harem of 1,000 beauties as well? Were lesbians allowed to have a harem as well? He was suddenly feeling a little sorry for the male cultivators of this world. How many beauties had been plundered by these two? And Lin grumbled as he drifted into Feng Wuya's palace. Two beautiful women were trembling uncontrollably on Feng Wuya's bed, and one of them had tears in her eyes, clearly indicating that she had just been crying. Perhaps they had also been forced to come here by the Immortal King's envoy in the same manner as Yang Lingqian. Feng Wuya walked into his palace, and an excited light flashed through his eyes at the sight of the frightened and aggrieved women, and he quickly made his way toward the two women. And Lin hesitated momentarily before deciding to observe for a while longer. "We pay our respects to the Immortal King. We pay our respects to the Immortal King." The two women hurriedly extended respectful salutes. "Ha ha ha. No need for formalities." Feng Wuya stripped off his clothes before pouncing toward the two trembling beauties on his bed. "Relax, beauties. I'm going to give you an extremely enjoyable night." Feng Wuya began to strip off his own clothes as he spoke, leaving only a pair of underpants on. Then he began to caress the two women's clothes at the same time. Soon, a pair of pristine, fair, and supple bodies began to appear before him. Feng Wuya caressed and kneaded their bodies to his heart's content, and the two women moaned and moaned in response. The two women were both embarrassed and enraged, and tears welled up in their eyes. However, they didn't dare to resist Feng Wuya's immortal might and could only endure it in silence. And Lin couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he was just about to flee from this place. However, he soon discovered something important, and he was rooted to the spot. He felt like he had discovered the Immortal King's biggest secret. Chapter 1362. Just as Feng Wuya was caressing the two women, and Lin accidentally caught a glimpse of his crotch. And Lin was then astonished to discover that there was no bulge in Feng Wuya's crotch at all. What did this mean? And Lin fell into deep thought. And Lin felt like it wasn't time yet, so he continued to observe from the shadows. The two women's breathing accelerated, and their faces were flushed as they squirmed on the bed. However, the immortal king still hadn't done anything, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. A quarter of an hour after a series of passionate intercourse, the three of them finally settled down on the bed. During this entire time, Feng Wuya still hadn't taken off his underwear. The two beautiful concubines were very confused. They couldn't help but feel like something was amiss. So this was what he meant by getting into bed. No, that definitely wasn't the case. This was clearly different from what was written in the pornographic novels. I've already spoiled the two of you. From this day forth, you're both my women. Swear Dao heart vows that you won't divulge what happened tonight. Feng Wuya spoke in an indifferent voice. The two concubines immediately swore to keep this a secret. At the same time, they realized that there really was something wrong with this most regal man on the entire continent after swearing the vows. Feng Wuya fell asleep with the two beauties in his arms, and Lin's heart was in turmoil as he observed from the shadows. His speculation seemed to have become a reality. He really had discovered the immortal king's earth-shattering secret. He knew that if this secret were to be divulged, the entire world would be in an uproar. That's right, the immortal king who ruled over the entire continent was suspected to be impotent, and Lin was still in shock. He was a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure, so he should be able to regrow severed limbs with ease. Even if his penis was amputated, he should be able to regrow it. So why couldn't he? This didn't make any sense. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his own system. Could it be that some kind of force had caused the immortal king to have this kind of physical defect? And Lin was still extremely perplexed. If his dick couldn't be regenerated, then why did he still have a harem of 3,000 concubines? Could it be that there was still feeling from playing like this? No one could answer in Lin's question unless he went to Feng Wuya himself and asked him, "Brother, your D*CK isn't going to last long. So why do you still have so many harems?" However, even if he did that, it would probably not work. Feng Wuya most likely wasn't going to give him an honest answer. Instead, he was going to fight him to the death, just as Lin was still letting his imagination run wild. Feng Wuya was resting on his bed, but his eyes suddenly opened, and countless black lotus flowers blossomed in midair amid the wails of countless ghostly whales, and sinister winds howled as countless black lotus flowers blossomed in the air. Ah! The two concubines lying beside him screamed in fear, and their bodies were swallowed by the black wind in an instant, disappearing without a trace. And Lin's expression changed, and a sense of extreme danger surged in his heart. I was wondering why I kept feeling that something was wrong when I was having fun. Feng Wuya sat up on his bed. Ka ka ka! The sound of something congealing erupted as black ice crystals materialized in the air around Lin. Feng Wuya's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction that Lin was hiding in. I didn't think that there would be someone in this world who could hide in front of me. You're not bad, but no one can survive after learning my secret. And Lin's heart jolted. He knew that this wasn't a trick. He really had been discovered. Die. Feng Wuya made a grabbing motion with his hand. The black ice crystals exploded with destructive frost power. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The power of frost melted the entire sleeping chamber. Feng Wuya was confident that he could crush a return to Void Stage exalted immortal with a single attack. All of a sudden, flames as dazzling as the sun tore through Feng Wuya's power of frost. A ball of flames streaked across the sky like a meteor, streaking across the night sky in the distance. You want to run? Feng Wuya harumphed coldly as he rose into the air and chased after the ball of flames. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he unleashed his great holy flame. He unleashed his Kuan Peng movement technique, upon which his entire body spread its wings and covered a distance of over 150 kilometers. Feng Wuya was astonished. He had never seen anyone as fast as Lin. This sudden battle had alarmed the entire Immortal King Palace. Countless people turned their eyes toward the ball of flames in the night sky. The ball of flames was far too dazzling. Anyone who looked up into the night sky would immediately be able to see the ball of flames. One cultivator after another flew up into the sky and looked up into the sky. Ripples of battle had already erupted from the Springlight Palace, and all of the concubines had already turned their eyes toward the inky black sky. Look, that's the immortal king, right? My God, who dares to invade the immortal king palace and force the immortal king to step in? He's just seeking death. No one can survive an immortal king. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Feng Huia stood atop a black lotus and caught up to Enlin again before unleashing a palm toward Enlin's body. All of a sudden, space froze over and everything fell silent. All of the immortals could sense a terrifying power erupting forth from the immortal king's attack. No one dared to face the immortal king's attack head-on. It was as if they could already envision the dazzling figure being pulverized by the immortal king's palm. The figure was not fearful in the slightest as he charged toward the immortal king and unleashed a palm of his own. Boom! Black shards of ice and scorching divine flames exploded at the same time. It was as if the sun had exploded in the night sky, almost blinding all of the spectating immortals. The space within a radius of 5 kilometers crumbled like a cobweb, and gale-force winds swept through the entire immortal king palace. What terrifying power! My God, that man didn't die. Gasp! That can't be. That man took an attack from the immortal king head-on? He's definitely a top-rate exalted immortal. Enlin had only been knocked back over a kilometer by Feng Huia, but he remained completely unscathed. All of the old monsters who had resided in the immortal king palace opened their eyes and looked toward the battlefield. They knew that this was a powerful being who had suddenly provoked the immortal king, and he was worthy of their attention. No one knew who that powerful being was, so they were all curious, except for one person. Yang Lingqian wore a red dress, and she stood on the roof of a building. She looked up at the white-robed man in the night sky, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement as she clenched her fists tightly. It's Enlin. He's Enlin. She had thought that Enlin was only an ordinary exalted immortal. Who would have thought that Enlin's power was already at the top-rate exalted immortal level? Yang Lingqian was initially astonished and elated by Enlin's power, but her expression was soon replaced by concern. Why did he start fighting? Why did he really start fighting? He's so powerful. Why did he provoke the immortal king? Yang Lingqian was very anxious, but she didn't know how she could help that man. All of a sudden, she recalled what Enlin had told her. He had told her that he was going to fight the so-called immortal king if he had the chance. At the time, she had been very nonchalant about it. Now it looked like Enlin was going to be serious. Chapter 1363. This was the first time that Enlin and Feng Huia had clashed, and both of them were astonished. Feng Huia was astonished. Who would have thought that you would be so powerful? Enlin was astonished. And this bad asterisk SS? All the onlookers. Feng Huia was a bona fide Tao integration stage mighty figure with unfathomable and terrifying might. This was the first time that Enlin had fought a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, and he was already prepared to be severely wounded. But who would have thought that he would remain completely unscathed? It was no wonder that he felt like he was bad asterisk SS. Feng Huia's expression completely darkened as a gargantuan black lotus materialized beneath his feet before rotating relentlessly, and heaven and earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers became extremely frosty. Yan, Ji, and Xinglong had already appeared in the air above the Immortal King Palace, and there were 4 other extremely fearsome beings beside them. They were merely standing in the air, but the space around them tremored slightly as if it was unable to withstand their auras. These 6 were the most powerful beings on the entire continent, the 6 Kuan-Luan divine generals, Xinglong, Guitung, Lenya, Duhua, Higad, and Yanji. That's the Black Lotus divine Tao. When the Black Lotus unleashes its divine light, the entire world will obey the Immortal King's command. The immortal king is getting serious this time, Xinglong said in a cold voice. That exalted immortal who broke into the immortal king palace is very powerful. He's about as powerful as us, but he's too arrogant and has no idea how terrifying the immortal king is. A golden tree person spoke in a husky voice. What a pity. Such a handsome man is going to perish. Humph. Yan Ji rubbed her rosy lips with a wistful expression. At this moment, Anlin was struck by an unprecedented sense of pressure from high up in the sky. Is he finally getting serious? Anlin stepped forward. Not only did the great holy flame erupt from his body, but the demonic star flame, setting moon flame, heavenly void flame, blood phoenix flame, golden dragon flame, and holy vermilion flame also appeared at the same time. 6 divine flames and 1 holy vermilion flame erupted, as if they were going to incinerate the entire sky. Boundless flames soared into the heavens before hurtling toward Feng Wuya. If it weren't for the protection of the immortal King Palace's formation, it would most likely have been reduced to a sea of flames. Your flames are not bad, but I call the shots in this world. Feng Wuya stepped forward, and inky black divine light suddenly erupted from the massive black lotus beneath his feet. The divine light was born from the black lotus, and this was Feng Wuya's light of the divine Tao. It swept forth for over 50 kilometers, engulfing all of the flames in an extremely domineering manner before crashing toward Anlin. Anlin's entire body began to tremble. It was a trembling of excitement. When a true opponent attacked, it was as if every inch of his skin and every cell was itching to fight. The 5 elemental wind, lightning, yin, yang, and yang cultivation techniques had all been integrated into his body, and he had also undergone the golden, illusory body refinement and tribulation transcendence. It could be said that his body of the battle god was unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, Anlin needed an extremely powerful enemy to test his strength. Break through! The golden lotus above Anlin's head flashed as he launched a fist toward Feng Wuya's light of the divine Tao. His fist crashed down, and the vast power of the earth crashed toward the black lotus divine light with a hint of the essential power of the great Tao. Bam! Heaven and earth seemed to have twisted and warped during this clash. Golden and black energy clashed with one another. All of the spectators could sense the destructive power that erupted from the clash. Even the return to void stage exalted immortals knew that if they were at the epicenter of this clash, they would be annihilated. That was a power that transcended to a whole new level. And Lin's fist didn't last for long before it was pulverized by the black lotus divine light, which then crashed into his divine body. All of a sudden, a power that threatened to freeze his blood and seal his consciousness surged toward him, and even his divine body was unable to keep this power at bay. And Lin borrowed on the force of this attack to retreat for several kilometers, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips. Yang Lingqian clenched her fists tightly upon seeing this. Hurry up and run. Why are you still fighting? You might be able to escape with your power. In contrast, all of the immortals from the Immortal King Palace were at a complete loss for words. The 6 Kuan Luan divine generals couldn't believe their eyes. He blocked it? Yan Ji's eyes widened. The Immortal King unleashed the power of the Black Lotus Divine Tao, but he was able to block it? Xinglong was also astonished. So powerful. How could there be such a powerful exalted immortal? Divine General Poison Flower, who wore a floral dress and had dark skin, spoke in an extremely intricate voice. A huge wolf with silver fur chuckled coldly. So what? He's still just trash that was sacrificed to the heavens by our immortal king. During the past few thousand years, there have been countless supremely talented, exalted immortals. All of them who dared to challenge the might of the immortal king were slain by the immortal king. Feng Wuya's expression shifted again upon seeing that Enlin was able to block his power of the divine Tao, and he was just about to unleash an even more fearsome spell technique. However, Enlin suddenly yelled, "Stop! Feng Weia faltered, slightly before a cold smile appeared on his face. You want to beg for mercy? It's too late. You've offended me, so you must die here today. You have to let me go. And Lin looked at Feng Weia and yelled, If you don't let me go, I'm going to tell everyone that you're impotent. Everyone suddenly fell silent, and Lin's voice was quite far away. However, all of the living beings in the Immortal King Palace were extremely powerful, so how could they not have heard him? Even the cultivators in Kuin Luan City, which wasn't far away from the Immortal King Palace, had heard him. Thus, everyone was astonished as they stared blankly at the two people in the sky. Impotent? Yan Lingqian's mouth gaped open as she wondered if she had heard incorrectly. The Immortal King is impotent. The 6 Kuin Luan divine generals drew a sharp intake of breath. He was a supreme being who stood high above the masses and ruled over the entire divine source continent. Immortal King Feng Weia was impotent. All of the immortals in the Immortal King Palace were in a daze. Impossible. This must be slander. Didn't that man say that he would only tell everyone about the Immortal King's impotence if they didn't let him go? Isn't he telling everyone now? Perhaps he didn't even have any hope that the Immortal King would let him go. All of the immortals looked up at the two people in the sky with complex expressions. They had thought that this was going to be an earth-shattering battle, but things were starting to get out of hand. How dare you slander me? Feng Weia's eyes became extremely dark as countless black lotuses blossomed in the air. You die. Boom! He unleashed his Tao integration stage power of the divine Tao. Space tremored as the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated, and Lin had been waiting for this moment. He was going to deliver the most lethal blow to his enemies when they were at their most enraged. Chapter 1364. Origin Energy of the Netherworld. An inky black mist revolved around his body, and Lin's aura had risen explosively to the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Streams of white wind revolved around the evil-slaying sword in his hand, and the inky black blade of the sword became insubstantial and ethereal. He took a step forward, and his body disappeared on the spot. It was a movement technique that was even faster than lightning. Lightning was not enough to describe his speed. There was a distance of several kilometers between them, but Lin appeared before Feng Weia in the blink of an eye, and his evil-slaying sword stabbed toward Feng Weia's heart at an extremely terrifying speed. And Lin had no intention of running. All he wanted was an opportunity to kill Feng Weia. All of the spectating cultivators' hearts jolted with shock and awe at the sight of Lin's terrifying speed. No one present could keep up with Lin's speed. Feng Weia was enraged, but his mind was affected by his rage, and his reactions were a split second too slow. He was unable to block Lin's sword strike in time, and he could only look on as the blade of the sword descended upon his chest. However, right at this moment, a black lotus suddenly appeared on his chest. The evil-slaying sword struck the black lotus, and it was as if it had struck the hardest object in the world, and the sword was forced to a halt. At this moment, the residual shock waves from the sword strike had already torn a trench over 10,000 meters in length into the ground below, and Lin's expression shifted once again. He was clearly not expecting his sword strike to be blocked. Feng Weia smiled. My divine Tao is not just the black lotus divine Tao. It is also the heaven and earth black lotus divine Tao. It is born from my heart, but it is manifested by heaven and earth. The heavens want me to live, so what can you do to me? He was extremely confident. In the divine source continent, he was the embodiment of invincibility. Just like now, he was unable to keep up with Lin's speed due to his carelessness. But heaven and earth would still materialize an invincible black lotus for him to defend against Lin's attack. Kacha! A crisp cracking sound suddenly erupted. Feng Weia's pupils contracted slightly. He discovered that the black lotus in front of his chest was showing signs of crumbling in the face of the evil-slaying sword's sudden thrust. He immediately put two of his fingers together, and his divine Tao materialized into a sword that stabbed toward Lin's heart. And Lin stabbed him with his sword, so he returned the favor with his sword. This sword that was condensed from the divine Tao of the Black Lotus of heaven and earth was superior to any divine weapon, and it could instantly freeze and annihilate all things. Die. A vicious expression appeared on Feng Wuya's face. Heaven and earth froze. Only this sword pierced toward his chest at an extremely terrifying speed, and Lin could feel a boundless chill enveloping his entire body, penetrating deep into his bones. His eyes focused, and wings of wind appeared on his back. He abruptly flapped them, and his body broke through the frozen space before hurtling back several kilometers. At the same time, he held his evil-slaying sword in front of his chest. Feng Wuya's sword projection pierced through space for several kilometers before striking the evil-slaying sword's blade, upon which Lin's body was sent flying for over 10 kilometers. The Celestial King's attack has been blocked again. God, who is he? The cultivators were all shocked. Just when everyone thought that Lin was going to continue to retaliate, Lin suddenly turned around and fled the Immortal King Palace at an extremely fast speed after being blasted back for over 10 kilometers. Don't even think about getting away. Feng Wuya roared as he immediately gave chase, and Lin had unleashed both his origin energy of the netherworld and his wind spirit cultivation method this time, and his speed was on a completely different level compared to when he was fleeing. Feng Wuya's speed was nowhere near his. The distance between the two of them widened. Their tracks disappeared into the night. No one knew what happened after that. However, a few minutes later, Immortal King Feng Wuya returned to the Immortal King Palace with an extremely dark expression on his face. All of the spectating immortals already knew the result. That mysterious, exalted immortal had fought the Immortal King and managed to escape in the end. Yang Lingqian stood on the rooftop and gazed into the night sky. She still hadn't recovered from that battle. She had never expected that the exalted immortal, whom she had spent so much time with, who she thought was a braggart and had no heirs at all, was actually a top-notch expert who could fight the continent's #1 expert without dying and escape successfully. So he wasn't just bragging. He really was bad *SS. Yang Lingqian was a little dazed. She thought back to what Dian Dian had done, especially when she had lost control of herself and pounced on Lin. She then kissed him, and a deep blush appeared on her face. Even though she had offended Lin didn't get angry, nor did he take advantage of the situation to bully her. He was really like a big brother next door, and it was impossible to tell that he was an extremely powerful being who was close to the level of Immortal King Feng Wuya. So just what kind of person had she gotten acquainted with? Yang Lingqian stared up at the stars in the sky and was unable to sleep for the entire night. The next day, the Immortal King Palace issued an astronomical reward. Anyone who could provide a clue regarding the portrait would receive a reward ranging from 1,000,000 spirit stones to 100 million spirit stones. And that portrait was none other than Lin's. The battle from the night before had already shaken the entire Kunlun city, so there was no way that news of it could be hidden. Almost everyone knew that a mysterious, powerful being had appeared the night before and had been defeated by Immortal King Feng Wuya before successfully escaping. Successfully escaping was not to be underestimated. No one had ever successfully escaped from an immortal king in the past thousands of years, so that was an indication of just how terrifying that mysterious, powerful being was. It was also because of that battle that he was referred to as the most powerful being in the world below the Immortal King level. And Lin was also bestowed with countless legendary feats. The portrait depicted a graceful, white-robed figure, as well as a set of handsome facial features, which had mesmerized countless cultivators. The man was nameless, but he was given a very romantic title by everyone. He was known as the white-robed, exalted immortal. Whether or not he could find the white-robed, exalted immortal was another matter. But it was a fact that Immortal King Feng Wuya had placed a bounty on the white-robed, exalted immortal's head. The continent that had become lifeless under Feng Wuya's tyrannical rule was suddenly reinvigorated by the appearance of the white-robed, exalted immortal. Aside from that, news of the white-robed, exalted immortal claiming that immortal King Fenghuia was impotent also began to circulate throughout the city. Regardless of whether this was true or not, this was definitely a tipping point. However, many people didn't believe this to be true. After all, immortal King Fenghuia was renowned throughout the entire continent for his lustful behavior. All of his harem beauties were devastatingly beautiful. How could he be impotent? However, many of the concubines in the Spring Light Palace knew that this was true. All of them had been visited by Fenghuia, so they were naturally aware of this. However, unless they wanted to die, they really didn't dare to discuss this matter. One of the concubines in the Spring Light Palace was currently holding a wanted poster with a warm and enchanting smile on her face, as if she were a lotus flower in full bloom. The night sky is as bright as the sun, and the white-robed exalted immortal is destined to become an immortal. This white-robed exalted immortal has made a name for himself after just one battle. I've finally seen something different in this palace. The concubine leaned against the railing with her hands resting on her cheeks as she looked up into the sky. A wistful smile appeared on her face as she thought back to the figure that had stunned her the night before. Unbeknownst to Fenghuia, there were many concubines in the Spring Light Palace who all had this wanted poster in their hands. All of them were looking up into the sky, and no one knew what they were thinking. Chapter 1365. This was Kunlun City, a super city that had been constructed from the land of an entire empire. On a certain bustling street in this city, there was a large dance hall. Beautiful and talented women were singing and dancing here, and cultivators were drinking to their heart's content. Within a private room, a round fatso had just woken up. He picked up the morning newspaper, and his blurry eyes gradually became clear before widening with astonishment. When he saw a man on the wanted poster in the morning newspaper, he slapped the table and stood up with excitement and admiration flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "That's awesome! Patriarch, you're so awesome! I had initially planned to come here to gather information and plan things out slowly, but Enlin is fighting an immortal king. That's a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. How domineering and invincible!" The fatso chortled with glee. "Wait for me, Master Enlin. I'll refine an immortal pill that can completely activate the power of my Tao of alchemy, and I'll follow you through this immortal king palace." At this moment, within the immortal king palace's elder palace, the 6 Kunlun divine generals were Xinglong, Guetang, Langya, Duhua, Higad, and Yanji. Grand Elder Fu Haotsang, Second Elder Wang Qin, and Third Elder Sun Biu. The leader of the immortal king ambassadors, Luo Yan. 10 top-rate, exalted immortals were gathered here. Aside from the old monsters who were stationed all over the continent, they represented the most powerful force in the immortal king palace, as well as the entire divine source continent. All of them had reached the return to void pinnacle stage and possessed power that struck fear into the hearts of the entire world. At this moment, these 10 mighty figures were all looking at the images displayed on the photographic crystals. These images were none other than the battle between Enlin and Fenghuia. They had to understand their enemies in order to better defeat them. They were analyzing Enlin's battle in an attempt to find a way to defeat him. After a ferocious analysis, all of the exalted immortals were struck by a sense of despair when they discovered that they couldn't defeat Enlin at all. This white-robed exalted immortal's power is far too comprehensive. There are no flaws at all. Yan Ji sighed with disappointment before staring at the man in the image with an entranced expression. Luo Yan's face was dark as he crossed his arms and said coldly, "He specializes in fire arts and sword arts, and his speed is shocking. There is basically no way to deal with him. Before using the secret technique, his strength might be comparable to ours. But once he uses the secret technique, his cultivation base will skyrocket, and he might even be able to fight head-on with an immortal king for a short period of time." Xinglong sighed. "Unless we join forces, we have no hope of winning." Third Elder Sun Biu crossed her arms and puffed out her chest with a cold smile on her face. "Even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat the white-robed, exalted immortal. Do you think you can outrun him?" As soon as he said that, everyone fell into silence. Indeed, a peerless powerhouse that could escape from the hands of an immortal king. Even if they could defeat him together, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Grand Elder Fu Haotsong heaved a resigned sigh. So be it. Immortal King Fenghuia was so enraged that he went into seclusion to cultivate. So we'll have to take responsibility for this. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. At the same time, they knew that this was going to be a long and drawn-out battle. After all, a powerful being like the white-robed, exalted immortal could simply hide in a crowd or go into the depths of a forest. Even an immortal king wouldn't be able to find him. Now that he had escaped, he was definitely going to escape from Kunlun City. And the further, the better. The divine source continent was so vast, so it would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. However, what no one expected was a handsome man in a black robe arrived at the immortal king palace again, and he raised his head with a faint smile on his face. "Immortal King Fenghuia, I and Lin am back." Spring Light Palace. Within a triangular building, Yang Lingqian was wearing a red dress, and she was lying on the bed in exhaustion. Her long, jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, and her slender, snowy white calves were faintly discernible under her dress. She stared blankly at the ceiling in a daze, as if she were thinking about many things. Exalted Immortal and Lin had escaped. Would he ever come back again? He would most likely be on the run for a long time. After all, he was no match for Fenghuia. The Spring Light Palace was heavily guarded. Was she going to be trapped here forever? What if Immortal King Fenghuia chose her? Fenghuia was so powerful. What could she do to resist him? Yang Lingqian pursed her lips with fear and indignation on her face. She didn't blame Lin for abandoning her. After all, Fenghuia was extremely powerful, and it would be far too risky for him to return to the Immortal King Palace and take her away. Why would an extremely renowned, exalted immortal on the divine source continent risk his life for an ordinary woman? "Oi, why are you always lying on the bed whenever I see you?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Yang Lingqian was given a fright, but she repressed the urge to cry out upon hearing that familiar voice. Instead, she turned to her side with an elated expression. Sure enough, there was a man in a black robe looking at her with a warm smile on his face. Exalted Immortal and Lin. Tears welled up in Yang Lingqian's eyes at the sight of that familiar face, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. "Why are you crying as soon as you see me?" And Lin was a little at a loss for what to do. I thought you were never coming back after escaping." Yang Lingqian sat up on the bed and wiped away her tears, and Lin chuckled. "I, and Lin, am a man of my word. I only flex, but I never brag. How could I abandon you?" Yang Lingqian was very touched by Lin's words, and she nodded vigorously. I believe you now. So everything you said was true." Never would she have thought that Lin would reappear by her side so quickly. One had to realize that Lin had just battled the Immortal King 2 days ago. Everyone had thought that he would flee as far away as he could. Who would have thought that he would return to the Immortal King Palace in such a short time during such a sensitive period of time? Exalted Immortal and Lin, thank you for coming back to save me. I'll go with you right now. Yang Lingqian reached out and held onto Lin's hand. Her cheeks were flushed red, and there was an expression of gratitude and anticipation in her eyes. How could she not be touched when an unparalleled hero descended from the sky and risked his life to save her from the most difficult situation in the world? Go with me? And Lin faltered slightly before coming to a sudden realization. A smile appeared on his face. I won't abandon you, but now is not the time to leave. Yang Lingqian's body stiffened with confusion. Let me ask you this. Are you touched that I'm saving you now? And Lin asked. Yang Lingqian blushed slightly, and she lowered her head. She didn't dare to look Lin in the eye as she replied in a soft voice. I'm very touched. Then do you have a good impression of me? and Lin continued. Huh. Yang Lingqian's mouth gaped open as if a thought had occurred to her, and her face instantly blushed all the way to the tips of her ears. Yes, I do have a good impression of you, but this is too sudden. Exalted, immortal, and Lin, if you're like this, I can... Yang Lingqian's heart rate accelerated, and she began to speak incoherently, and Lin clapped his hands together with excitement. That's great. Let's do this. He grabbed onto Yang Lingqian's hand with excitement. I need you to do me a favor. This favor is extremely important to me. I want all 2,000 concubines in the Springlight Palace to develop a good impression of me. Yang Lingqian. Chapter 1366. Yang Lingqian stared at the man before her with shock and confusion on her face. She suspected that she had misheard, and she asked again, What? I have a mission right now. I need to rescue 2,000 concubines from the Springlight Palace and make them develop a favorable impression of me. I need your help with this. And Lin said with a serious expression. Yang Lingqian. So she hadn't misheard. And Lin really was this kind of person. That made sense. All men were lustful and dissolute. Yang Lingqian thought to herself with a disconsolate expression. All exalted immortals were revered by billions of people, so it was very normal for them to have many concubines to serve them. But now even the white-robed exalted immortal was no exception. I still don't understand. Why do you have to choose Feng Wuya's concubines? This is a very risky mission. Can't you create your own harem? Yang Lingqian looked at Lin with a perplexed expression. I think you've misunderstood something. I only want to rescue them and give them their freedom, not make them part of my harem, and Lin said with a speechless expression. Yang Lingqian's limpid eyes suddenly lit up. Really? She asked with a hint of elation in her eyes. Then why do you want them to develop a favorable impression of you? You can interpret it as some kind of bad taste. And Lin chuckled and didn't offer any further explanation. This was the system's bad taste. Yang Lingqian turned to Lin with a reproachful expression. You really are a perverted immortal. All right, I'll help you with this. Tell me, what do you need me to do? She wore a disdainful expression, but for some reason, she was feeling extremely relaxed in her heart. And Lin replied in a faint voice, That's simple. You just have to do this and this and this and this. Thus, the 2,000-man mission officially began. During the next month or so, one of the new concubines in the Springlight Palace suddenly became very active. She was Yang Lingqian. Yang Lingqian visited all of the concubines under the guise of spending more time with her sisters. She would also hold some small gatherings and activities from time to time. Due to the fact that immortal King Feng Wuya was in seclusion, he had given his concubines a lot of freedom. Yan Ji and the immortal Queen Yan Shuqin were also happy to see the immortal king's harem developing in a more harmonious direction. They only investigated in secret and didn't find anything amiss, so they didn't interfere too much. Some of the high-ranking concubines weren't arrogant to the point of ignoring Yang Lingqian. After all, they still had to keep up appearances. When Yang Lingqian came to visit, they would also smile and greet her before engaging in heart-to-heart conversations. Just like that, Yang Lingqian walked through the entire Springlight Palace during this period of time. As she made her way around the palace, she would unintentionally bring up a common topic, which was how the concubines had come to the Springlight Palace, and what their attitudes toward Feng Wuya and the white-robed, exalted immortal were like. Worried that the concubines weren't telling the truth, Yang Lingqian had the vermilion bird mirror that Lin had given her. It was a natural lie detector. If the concubines said that they liked Feng Wuya, and the vermilion bird mirror said that they were lying, then they would become Yang Lingqian's target. Yang Lingqian asked if the white-robed, exalted immortal would come to the Springlight Palace to rescue them. If they said, "Humph, I hate the white-robed, exalted immortal. I'm not going to go with him," and the vermilion bird mirror said that they were lying, then Yang Lingqian would continue to write down their names in her notebook, Most women didn't mean what they said. Furthermore, under the threat of Fenghuya, they wouldn't dare to tell the truth even if there was no one around. The vermilion bird mirror was a fantastic divine tool at times like this. The vermilion bird mirror would be able to detect any lies anyway, and it would then inform Yang Lingqian in secret, within the triangular building. Phew, I'm so tired. Please reward me, white-robed exalted immortal. Yang Lingqian lay down on the bed and extended a slender hand with a wide grin. Her red dress spread out on the bed like a blossoming rose, and her dress clung tightly to her exquisite body. She looked at the white-robed man beside her with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Normal cultivators would think that Yang Lingqian was asking him to eat her, but Enlin knew that wasn't what she wanted. Enlin pulled out a spirit-grade third-rank sun fruit from his storage ring before tossing it to Yang Lingqian. You've worked hard these past few days. This is your reward. It can enhance the purity of your spiritual energy. Yang Lingqian caught the spirit fruit and began to eat it with elation. All of the spirit fruits you gave me are so special. I've never seen any of them on a spirit fruit encyclopedia before. Furthermore, all of the spirit fruits give me a very comfortable feeling, and their energy is also unprecedentedly pure. Yang Lingqian praised as she ate the spirit fruit. These fruits are local specialties from my hometown, so how could they not be delicious? And Lin smiled. Local specialties? Yang Lingqian blinked. Where's your hometown? I'm not telling you. And Lin still didn't want to tell her this. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't want to know anyway. Yang Lingqian pouted a little, but she still finished the spirit fruit. After interacting with Enlin during this period of time, Yang Lingqian was no longer as cautious and respectful as she was in the past. After all, Enlin didn't put on any airs at all. He was extremely casual, and it was very difficult for her to associate him with the white-robed, exalted immortal. The way they interacted with each other was becoming more and more like friends. Even Yang Lingqian was quite intrigued by this. She had never thought that she would be able to become friends with someone of this caliber. Perhaps this was the unique charm that exalted immortal Enlin possessed. Enlin had never felt superior just because he possessed a powerful cultivation base. He had never looked down on all living beings as ants. On the contrary, he was very concerned about whether she was tired from her missions and whether she would encounter any dangers. It's been a month, and we've finally completed the first phase of our 2,000-man mission. Yang Lingqian's exhausted expression had been revitalized by the spirit fruit she had eaten. There are 3,520 beauties in the Spring Light Palace. Aside from the concubines with more sensitive identities, I've interacted with a total of 3,200 people, and 2,800 of them have good impressions of you. And Lin was ecstatic upon hearing this. The white-robed, exalted immortal was extremely powerful, and even though his combat prowess was the second strongest on the continent, he was still more handsome than Fenghuya. Furthermore, he was like the wind, and his figure was extremely graceful. Furthermore, he was a legendary figure, and he really was very attractive. Yang Lingqian rolled her eyes at the sight of Enlin's smug expression. There are a total of 2,300 concubines who have been forced into the Spring Light Palace by the Immortal King and are trying to escape from here. As for whether they'll develop a favorable impression of you and follow you without any fear of Fenghuya, that's not something that I can predict. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. No one could be certain about something like this. Even the people involved probably wouldn't know. That's all right. At the very least, the number of concubines and their psychological inclinations have met the requirements of the mission. And Lin was in high spirits. Now, let's begin the second phase of our 2,000-man mission. Chapter 1367. Within the Spring Light Palace, a piece of news was spreading like wildfire. Some of the concubines were in their chambers. Aside from a few concubines who had been intentionally silenced, Many of the concubines were discussing among themselves. "Hey, have you heard? The white-robed, exalted immortal has reappeared." "Really? It's only been a month. Does he have a death wish?" "Apparently he's going to do something big this time, and he's going to do something big. What is it?" "He's going to liberate the Spring Light Palace." Gasp. "It can't be. How could he dare to do that? How can he do that?" Many of the concubines were skeptical, but a seed of doubt had been planted in their hearts. There were over 3,000 concubines in the Spring Light Palace, and 2,300 of them suddenly received a mysterious letter, upon which the words on the letter burned into nothingness. The handwriting was ethereal and elegant, and it was extremely similar to the white-robed man who had been as dazzling as the sun that night. There was only one sentence on the letter. "Do you want to leave this place? I'll take you with me. After I take care of business in the Leaping Wolf Mansion, I'll come to the Spring Light Palace to take you with me." Almost all of the concubines' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and a peculiar emotion welled up in their hearts as a faint blush appeared on their faces. The white-robed, exalted immortal was coming to save them. They were both excited and perplexed. Was this letter real, or was it a prank? At this moment, in the eastern region of the Divine Source Empire, the former Leaping Wolf Empire was now the Leaping Wolf District of the Divine Source Empire. This was the land where two highly intelligent races, humans and werewolves, resided. The Heavenly Wolf King of the Leaping Wolf Mansion ruled over this land. Even though he resided in the Leaping Wolf Empire, he was not a werewolf. Instead, he was a well-built human with an extremely powerful cultivation base. At the same time, he was publicly acknowledged by all of the cultivators of the Divine Source Continent to be the Heavenly Wolf Exalted Immortal, who was one of the most powerful beings on the entire continent. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf King was enjoying himself in the palace. He sat on a wolf-skin throne with countless female dancers and courtesans serving him. Some of them were offering him precious fruits, some were toasting him, and some were trembling as they knelt to the side. The Heavenly Wolf King laughed heartily as he pointed at one of the kneeling women. "It's your turn now. Go and spin that wheel of fate." The woman who was pointed at trembled. Her face turned pale, and she stood up shakily. Due to the pressure from the muscular man on the throne, she could only silently walk in front of a large wheel and reach out to spin it. The wheel spun quickly. The courtesans were still singing, and the dancers were still dancing. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King looked at the spinning wheel with a smile on his face as he enjoyed the service of his women. Finally, the wheel stopped, and the pointer pointed to only two words: severed limb. When the woman who was spinning the wheel saw these two words, her face drained of all color. She was on the verge of tears. "Ha ha ha! It's a severed limb. You're quite lucky." The Heavenly Wolf Demon King applauded with a smile. "You're finally alive!" The woman turned around, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on her arms and legs, and then they broke. Ah! Blood gushed forth, and her 4 limbs were severed. The woman's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout the entire palace. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King narrowed his eyes as he listened to the courtesans singing and the woman's blood-curdling cries. An expression of extreme enjoyment appeared on his face, as if he was basking in the thrill of abuse. Just as the woman was on the brink of death, a healing technique was cast upon her body. Someone dragged this woman into the pigsty and continued to raise her. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King waved a hand. Next. He looked at the group of women who were trembling in fear and hummed a tune as he pointed at one of them. You, another green-clothed woman, was hit. The woman stood up with despair on her face before making her way toward the wheel and spinning it. She had no choice but to do this, as she knew how tragic the consequences of disobeying an order would be. It would truly be a fate worse than death. They had always been the Heavenly Wolf Demon King's playthings, and their fates were already in his hands. They were in complete darkness, and they couldn't see their futures. The wheel spun before stopping. The woman in green looked at the direction that the needle was pointing at, and there was also only one word there. Poison decay. No. How could this be? An expression of horror and despair instantly appeared on the woman's face as she shook her head incessantly, as if she had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Poison decay was a curse personally administered by a professional poison master of the Leaping Wolf district. The afflicted would suffer the agony of being devoured by a myriad of poisons until their body, bones, and consciousness completely decayed. Only then would the afflicted truly die. This was a fate even more painful than death. No, the woman was on the brink of a mental breakdown as she let loose a cry of despair. She circulated her vital energy with one hand before stabbing it toward her own heart in an attempt to commit suicide. However, right at this moment, the space around her suddenly froze. The woman's entire body seemed to have frozen in place, and a look of horror and tears still remained on her face. TSK, TSK, you're quite unlucky. However, you're the one who spun the wheel, so you have no choice but to accept this fate. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King inspected the woman's entire body before a sinister smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that such a beautiful body is about to perish. What do? I'm getting even more excited now. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King's smile gradually became twisted. Summon the Poison Master. A living being in a black robe with black mist emanating from its body slowly drifted over like a specter. This was the #1 Poison Master of the Leaping Wolf district, and at the same time, it was also an exalted immortal. Its forte lay in inflicting the most terrifying agony upon its victims prior to their deaths. Come, have a taste of pain. The Poison Master's raspy voice sounded. The woman in green had tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't even move a single finger. All of the women kneeling on the ground turned away as they couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was how this world was. The only order was the rule of the immortal king. Aside from that, power was the only thing that mattered. Without power, one would be nothing but meat on the chopping block. The dark, poisonous mist was already drawing closer and closer. The green-robed woman closed her eyes in despair. Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted throughout heaven and earth. The Poison Master's hands faltered as he looked up at the roof of the palace, as if he could see what was happening outside through the roof. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King's expression shifted. How could this be? My palace's enchantment barrier has been broken. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying divine sense enshrouded heaven and earth. Both the Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf Demon King felt as if they were being looked down upon by a paramount mighty figure. Boom! Divine flames fell from the sky and incinerated the roof of the palace into nothingness. A white-robed man with divine flames enshrouding his entire body stepped through the air, replacing the sun in the sky as the most dazzling being in this world. All of the women kneeling on the ground and the Heavenly Wolf Demon King were reminded of one person upon seeing the figure enshrouded in divine flames. The green-robed woman stared blankly up at the man in the sky. This was the man who had suddenly arrived and brought her boundless hope. The night sky is like a scorching sun, and the white-robed man is destined to become an immortal. He's the white-robed, exalted immortal. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King's expression became extremely grave. You're the white-robed, exalted immortal. That's right. The man nodded. My Leaping Wolf Palace has never interfered with your affairs. Why are you here? The Heavenly Wolf Demon King roared, and Lin looked at the Heavenly Wolf Demon King. I'm here to F***CK you up, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and slammed it down. Chapter 1368. And Lin was a man of few words, and he immediately unleashed his attack. A palm-sized flaming palm whizzed toward the Heavenly Wolf monarch. It wasn't very large, but it was extremely condensed and imbued with the true intent of his wings of true fire. Even a return to void final stage mighty figure would find it difficult to defend against this attack. Furthermore, the Heavenly Wolf King was only a return to void intermediate stage exalted immortal, and Lin's simple palm was like a falling meteor, twisting space and incinerating all things. The Heavenly Wolf King was struck by a sense of life or death peril. It's over, the Heavenly Wolf King felt as if the space around him had been sealed, and he wouldn't be able to evade this palm in a short time. At this moment, the Poison Master instantly appeared before the Heavenly Wolf King before pulling out a strange piece of wood, which instantly transformed into a circular shield. This was his life-saving trump card, the Divine Tree Vital Shield, which could defend against attacks from the power of the Divine Tao. Boom! A violent collision erupted. Wood splinters flew through the air as waves of flames swept through the air, knocking down all of the surrounding guards. The Poison Master was shocked to discover that his Divine Tree Vital Shield had been set ablaze. You're using a piece of wood to defend against my flames? How interesting. And Lin looked down upon the Heavenly Wolf King with a cold smile. The Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King were just about to flee when they discovered that the space around them had been completely sealed, making it impossible for them to escape in a short time. In other words, their lives were now in the hands of Enlin. The two of them had once done whatever they wanted to everyone else, but now they were just meat on the chopping block. The Heavenly Wolf King's expression became extremely dark. White-robed exalted immortal, are you not afraid that the immortal king will track you down and kill you? I have no vendetta against you, so why are you trying to kill me? I do indeed have no vendetta against you. And Lin stood in the air like a proud heavenly god as he looked down upon the Heavenly Wolf King. But, Heavenly Wolf King, you're taking advantage of your good relationship with immortal King Feng Wuya to commit atrocities and commit atrocities. 5 years ago, the White Spring District royal family was unable to provide resources to the immortal King Palace in a timely manner, and they massacred all of the males of the royal family, imprisoned tens of thousands of female servants and concubines of the Leaping Wolf Mansion, and tortured them to death. There are still tens of thousands of women in the Leaping Wolf Mansion who have been tortured. And Lin's voice reverberated throughout the world. Everyone in the Leaping Wolf Manor looked up at the man in the sky. All the women kneeling on the ground, whether they were dancers or singers, were also staring at the dazzling man in white. The Heavenly Wolf Demon King's expression changed again. What does what I've done have to do with you? I, the white-robed exalted immortal, hate bullying the weak the most. I want to seek justice for those women who have been persecuted. And Lin shouted, You actually risked being discovered by the immortal king to reappear in this world for some insignificant slaves? Are you crazy? It's not worth it. The Heavenly Wolf King looked at Enlin as if he were looking at an idiot. And Lin spoke with a serious expression. No, it's worth it. They are not insignificant slaves. All of them are more precious than a bastard like you who kills women for pleasure. I'm willing to fight for them. And Lin's words were powerful and forceful. Countless women kneeling on the ground had tears streaming down their faces as they looked up at the man who was like the sun. Not only was he enshrouded by divine flames, but also because his words were like sunlight illuminating their entire world. They were members of the White Spring District royal family, and they were already as lowly as dirt, living a life of darkness where no one knew when they would die. But now, this white-robed, exalted immortal dared to oppose the most powerful being on this continent and come here to save them. That's all I have to say. Die, trash! And Lin raised a single arm, and boundless fire energy converged on his arm as he launched an almighty fist. Heavenly poison devour! The Poison Master chanted in a low voice as poisonous mist erupted from his body, which transformed into a massive black, corrosive mouth that pounced toward Lin. Wolf King Blood God strike! The Heavenly Wolf King let loose an almighty roar as his hands transformed into Heavenly Wolf Crimson Claws, which descended upon Enlil. All of the surrounding cultivators felt as if they had been plunged into hell, and even space itself was being torn apart by this terrifying attack. There was no way out for them now. They could only fight to the death. And Lin's expression remained unchanged as his fist pierced through the air before crashing into the massive black, corrosive mouth, instantly incinerating all of the poisonous mist into nothingness. Before the fist energy arrived, it landed on the Heavenly Wolf Blood Claw. The terrifying force caused the Heavenly Wolf Blood Claw to crack inch by inch. In the end, the fist struck the Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King, tearing their bones and flesh apart. Boom! A gargantuan fist imprint appeared on the ground of the palace. Amidst the fist imprints were the mangled bodies of the Poison Master and the Celestial Wolf King. Even though they were still hanging onto their last breaths, they were already on the verge of death. The white-robed, exalted immortal had once again demonstrated his invincible combat prowess by defeating the two most powerful beings of the Leaping Wolf district with a single punch. All of the cultivators who had rushed over to provide reinforcements all faltered with astonishment on their faces. There were hundreds of powerful beings, but not a single one of them dared to charge forward. This was a man who could even battle an immortal king. No one wanted to live too long. The Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King panted heavily as they lay on the ground, and each and every breath they took caused their wounds to throb with excruciating pain. I have heard that the Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King enjoy torturing women to death, and they've invented over 100 different ways to do so. I really can't bear to let you die so easily. And Lin descended from the sky before making his way toward the Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King. You didn't think that this day would come, did you? A smile appeared on his face, but his eyes were filled with cold indifference. The Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King were struggling to even move, and they looked up at Enlil with resentment and deep horror in their eyes. Enlil glanced at the Wheel of Fate nearby with a smile on his face. How about this? I'll give you a chance as well. You can spin that Wheel of Fate and let it decide your fate. How about that? The Poison Master and the Heavenly Wolf King's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Even though there were over 100 types of torture on the Wheel of Fate, there was still a chance for them to survive. And Lin placed the Wheel of Fate before the Heavenly Wolf King. The Heavenly Wolf King extended a mangled arm and spun the wheel with all his might. Never would they have thought that after torturing over 10,000 women to death with the Wheel of Fate, they would be punished by the Wheel of Fate one day. How ironic was this? The Wheel of Fate quickly spun before slowly coming to a stop. There were only 2 words on the Wheel of Fate. All of them, all of the onlookers, drew sharp intakes of breath upon seeing this. Wow, congratulations. You're in luck. And Lin applauded. You'll get to experience over 100 types of torture. No, impossible. My wheel doesn't have that. The Heavenly Wolf King spoke in a hoarse voice with horror on his face. You're bullying us. The Poison Master wanted to commit suicide, and Lin chuckled coldly. Of course I'm bullying you. On this day, the blood-curdling cries of the Heavenly Wolf King and the Poison Master reverberated throughout the entire palace. The 2 of them had committed the most heinous crimes, and after being subjected to over 100 types of torture, they finally lost their lives. The white-robed, exalted immortal had slain hundreds of palace guards on his own. He had rescued over 20,000 female slaves and concubines. News of this stirred the entire divine source continent. Chapter 1369. The deaths of the Heavenly Wolf Demon King and the Poison Master allowed all of the women who had been oppressed to finally vent their frustrations. 20,000 women were currently in a place isolated from the rest of the world. They all looked at the white-robed man not far away. The man who had given them a new life now looked so dazzling and desirable. However, the man suddenly turned around and asked a very strange question. Do you have a good impression of me?" All the women were taken aback by his words. The white-robed, exalted immortal was a handsome, powerful, and gentle man who fulfilled all of their dreams. So how could they not be attracted to him? The women blushed and nodded, expressing their good impression of him. Some of them were still trying to decipher what the white-robed, exalted immortal had just said, and their hearts were racing. Could it be that the white-robed, exalted immortal was interested in them? Such a gentle and powerful person, who was also their savior if he really took a liking to them. Some of them actually didn't have much resistance. However, the white-robed, exalted immortal's next words brought them back to reality. "Your escape has offended the immortal king's rule, so you can live here in seclusion for now. I'll leave for a while. After a while, I'll let you obtain true freedom." And Lin said again, "True freedom." These words touched the hearts of the women again. "White-robed, exalted immortal, where are you going?" The green-robed woman stepped forward and asked with a worried expression, And Lin turned to look at the women behind him with a smile. "I'm going to save more people, then kill immortal King Fengwia and restore order." Her words touched the hearts of the women again. When they looked forward again, the white-robed man was nowhere to be seen. "The white-robed, exalted immortal really is a true dragon," a woman said with an entranced expression. "Immortal King Fengwia is the only powerful being on this continent who has progressed to a completely new cultivation base. Will the white-robed, exalted immortal be able to defeat him? Don't overthink things. Even if the white-robed, exalted immortal can't defeat him, he can still get away. Let's wait for his return. He said that he would come back and set us free. So he will definitely come back. Yes, we believe him." The 20,000 women quickly rekindled their hope and threw themselves into a new life. Back in the Leaping Wolf Mansion, they had already survived the days where they could be tortured to death at any moment. Now, it could be said that they were living a blissful life. What else could they be dissatisfied with? The story of Lin rescuing 20,000 female slaves and concubines who had been persecuted spread like wildfire across the entire divine source continent. It caused a sensation across the entire continent, and it became the topic of conversation for many people. This matter was actually very commendable. Many people were actually very dissatisfied with what the Celestial Wolf King had done. There was no lack of powerful, exalted immortals who hated him. However, when they thought of the relationship between the Celestial Wolf King and the Immortal King, they did not dare to make a move. After all, the Celestial King was the sky of this continent. Everything under the sky belonged to the Celestial King. Unless one wanted to die, no one would dare to offend the Celestial King. However, the white-robed, exalted immortal had done it, and he had done it to his heart's content. He had tortured the Heavenly Wolf King and the Poison Masters to death. This made countless ambitious people feel extremely happy. The white-robed, exalted immortal's words of "I'm willing to fight for them" spread like wildfire across the entire continent. He received countless admirers and became a true friend of all women on the Divine Source continent. His feats had spread throughout the entire continent, including the Immortal King Palace. Boom! An inky black, divine light erupted into the sky from the meteorite mystic area. The sun in the sky abruptly dimmed, and an extremely resentful voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. "White-robed, exalted immortal, how dare you kill my trusted aides and subordinates? I'm going to kill you." Immediately afterward, the 10 top-rate exalted immortals of the Immortal King Palace set off toward the Leaping Wolf area to track down the white-robed exalted immortal. Immortal King Fengwia announced to the entire continent that he was going to challenge the white-robed exalted immortal to the immortal slaying platform in half a month. As long as the white-robed exalted immortal could come, Fengwia was willing to stake the entire Divine Source Empire, as the victor would rule over the entire Divine Source Empire. The Divine Source continent immediately became quite lively upon hearing this announcement. No, this was an unprecedented event that was going to rock the entire continent. The immortal slaying platform was located on the Heavenly Mountain in the eastern part of Kuin Luin City. There was a natural heaven and earth formation there, which was imbued with a special law. The law was that the immortal slaying platform could only allow 2 living beings to enter, and only when one of them died could the other come out. The origins of the immortal slaying platform were already untraceable, but it was the best place for a fair duel. No outsiders could interfere. All of them knew that immortal King Fenghuia was trying to lure the white-robed, exalted immortal out so that he could slay him with absolute power. However, there was no other way. After all, the immortal king wouldn't be able to kill the white-robed, exalted immortal anywhere else, as he was simply too fast. Hence, this was the only way. If the white-robed, exalted immortal was afraid of the immortal King Palace's formation, then he could go to the immortal slaying platform to seek a fair duel. If he won, he would receive supreme power and status. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Would the white-robed, exalted immortal dare to accept this challenge? Just as the situation in the outside world was becoming more and more turbulent, the Spring Light Palace was also becoming more and more turbulent. Over 2,000 concubines were staring blankly at the blank piece of paper. They knew that there was a line of words there. "Do you want to leave this place? I'll take you with me. After I take care of business at the Leaping Wolf Mansion, I'll come to the Spring Light Palace to take you with me." In the beginning, they were only skeptical about the authenticity of the letter, but now they were certain that this was a letter written to them by the white-robed, exalted immortal himself. The Leaping Wolf Mansion incident had been orchestrated by the white-robed, exalted immortal, and they had already learned of everything from the letter. So this was definitely the white-robed, exalted immortal's doing. Thus, the words, "I'll take you with me," began to surface in all of the concubines' hearts. Everyone knew what kind of person the white-robed, exalted immortal was. All of them had been forced to come to the Spring Light Palace by the immortal king's forces, and they were willing to serve the immortal king. But how could that be possible? All of the concubines' minds were in turmoil, and some of them were even looking into the distance with lustful eyes, as if they were anticipating something. "Immortal Queen, many of the concubines in the Spring Light Palace are acting strangely. Are you really not going to investigate this?" A servant in a blue dress asked in an urgent voice. An exquisitely beautiful woman in a white dress was playing a zither and singing an ethereal song. She didn't say anything and merely continued to sing. This was the leader of the Spring Light Palace, Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin. She was a woman who made all of the concubines in the palace feel inferior. Unbeknownst to everyone, there was also a portrait of a man under her zither. Chapter 1370. Immortal King Fenghuia had already issued his challenge. The entire continent was in turmoil. However, the white-robed, exalted immortal didn't publicly state whether or not he would accept the immortal king's challenge. The 10 top-rate, exalted immortals of the Immortal King Palace went to the Leaping Wolf Mansion to search for the white-robed, exalted immortal for 10 whole days, but they still couldn't find him. They couldn't even find where the 20,000 women had gone. Thus, one could imagine just how perfect the white-robed, exalted immortal was. Not only had he left after venting his anger, but he had also truly protected the rights of all of the women who had been persecuted. The world's perception of the white-robed, exalted immortal changed once again. At this moment, within a triangular building in the Spring Light Palace, and Lin was sipping tea in a leisurely manner. Yang Lingqian was pouring tea for Enlin with a curious expression on her little face. "Exalted immortal Enlin, are you going to Immortal King Fenghuia's challenge?" And Lin chuckled. "What? Didn't you always think that fighting Fenghuia was like throwing an egg against a rock? Why do you think I'm going to throw my life away now?" Yang Lingqian pursed her lips awkwardly. "I admit that I underestimated you. You do indeed have the power to battle an immortal king. Even though it looks like you can't defeat an immortal king, I have a kind of blind faith in you. Furthermore, you might not believe me, but you're already carrying the hopes of the entire continent on your shoulders. Stop, stop. and Lin extended a hand. I'm not some savior. What I'm going to do is just a very ordinary thing. Is poaching 2,000 of the immortal king's concubines a very ordinary thing? Yang Lingqian asked. And Lin? And Lin was suddenly at a loss for words, and he could only clear his throat before changing the subject. Now that we have the public's opinion and the foundation of confidence, we can begin the 2,000-man mission. He could naturally kill the immortal king first, then save all of the concubines. However, doing so would make the concubines think that he was only saving them in passing, and that would make them less likable to him. Doing so would be nowhere near as touching as risking his life to save all of the concubines. 2 lines of text suddenly lit up on the blank letters in the hands of all of the concubines. I'm back. Do you want to come with me? I'll take you away from the Springlight Palace and take you to a paradise, and you can return true freedom to all of you. If you are willing, drop your blood essence onto the blank letters. That's right. And Lin had left a wisp of his divine intent on the letter. The hearts of the concubines who had been in the palace for a long time trembled once more. They looked at the words on the letter with fervent gazes, becoming somewhat excited. Should they choose to stay in the palace and become Feng and Fengya? Feng Not and Lin Chen Feng and Tian Feng and said, King X, King Not and White, not the god of Not either, not King Immortal, Not and Not, one King, Wang Not. During the battle at the Immortal King Palace, the white-robed exalted immortal had already been ingrained into their minds, and the events at the Leaping Wolf Mansion had made him even more vivid and vivid. Which woman didn't fantasize that an unparalleled hero would come to save her from her current predicament atop a rainbow cloud? Now, this fairy tale-like scene was happening to them. Who wouldn't be tempted? Drop after drop of blood dripped onto the snowy white letters like dazzling plum blossoms. And Lin closed his eyes and sat down with his legs crossed to accept the information being transmitted to him. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes with a smile. It's done. 2,160 people have decided to escape from the Spring Light Palace with me. Yang Lingqian rested her chin on her hand and looked at Lin with a vibrant smile on her face. You're wrong. 2,160 people have decided to escape from the Spring Light Palace with you. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he only came to his senses after looking at the alluring woman before him. He nodded awkwardly. You're right. Moments later, all of the women who had dripped their blood onto the letters saw a line of text. Gather at the Spring Light Palace's White Jade Dance Hall at noon in 5 days, and I'll take all of you with me. All of the concubines saw a single keyword. All of you. In other words, aside from her, were there other concubines who were going to escape with the white-robed, exalted immortal? That made sense. After all, the white-robed, exalted immortal had said that he was going to save all of the women who had been persecuted. So how could she be the only one he was going to save? All of the concubines were even more convinced by the information in the letters, but they were also struck by an indescribable sense of loss. The unparalleled hero had indeed arrived atop a rainbow cloud, but he wasn't taking her with him. Instead, he was taking a bunch of women with him. Sure enough, there was always a difference between a fairy tale and reality. Not long after that, another piece of news swept through the entire continent. The white-robed, exalted immortal had accepted Immortal King Feng Wuya's challenge to a one-on-one battle on the immortal slaying platform at noon in 5 days. This news created a massive stir across the entire continent. A massive wave of excitement was beginning to build. Countless people turned toward the Heavenly Mountain in the eastern part of Kulin Luin City. One powerful being after another rose into the air and flew toward the legendary immortal slaying platform. None of them wanted to miss out on this epic battle. Within a large dance venue in Kulin Luin City, Ishi used the power of the veins of the earth in the Kulin Luin Empire to refine an immortal pill, which he swallowed before tearing open a spatial rift and disappearing on the spot. The 5-day deadline arrived very soon. On the Heavenly Mountain in the eastern part of Kuan Luan City, over 1 million powerful beings had gathered here. They were either riding atop powerful ferocious beasts or flying atop all types of magic tools. As long as people raised their heads, they would be able to see streams of light shuttling back and forth in the sky without any signs of stopping. In the past, they would have never seen so many powerful beings in their entire lives. Now that all of the powerful beings of the continent had gathered here, what a grand occasion this was. The Heavenly Mountain was over 1 million feet tall and extended straight into the heavens. At the pinnacle of the heavens was a naturally formed arena known as the Immortal Slaying Platform. The Immortal Slaying Platform had a radius of 5 kilometers and was enshrouded in a faint blue enchantment barrier that could keep the shock waves of the battle within it at bay. If it weren't for this natural enchantment barrier, none of the powerful beings on the continent would dare to spectate the battle from up close. Immortal King Fengwia was already standing within the enchantment barrier. His black imperial robe flapped in the wind, and his eyes were filled with divine energy. He had clearly reached his peak condition and was waiting to crush his opponent with his most powerful attack. The white-robed, exalted immortal hadn't appeared yet, but everyone knew that he had already accepted the challenge, so he wasn't going to go back on his word. This was the pride of a super powerful being. Over 1 million powerful beings were waiting for the white-robed, exalted immortal to appear. Right at this moment, the immortal king's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Feng Wuya's brows furrowed slightly, but he still picked up the voice transmission talisman. "What is it?" Yan Ji's urgent voice sounded from the other side. "Immortal King, you've been cuckolded." Feng Wuya. Chapter 1371. Immortal King, you've been cuckolded. These words came from the voice transmission talisman. Feng Wuya didn't expect Yan Ji to say something like this, and he was completely dumbstruck. Since they didn't use any concealment spells, some of the spectating cultivators were able to hear their conversation. Those people were dumbfounded, and the air suddenly became silent. Do you know what you're saying?" Feng Wuya felt like his head was about to explode. "It's absolutely true. Master Immortal King, please calm down and let me explain." Yan Ji was clearly quite shocked as she continued. "Today, my servants went to inspect the daily lives of all of the concubines, and they discovered that immortal concubine Shinran had disappeared." Feng Wuya's brows furrowed slightly. He felt like there was still a chance for him to salvage the situation. Imperial concubine Xan Ran was a very playful and mischievous person, so she could have gone to another concubine's palace. My maid thought that Shinran had gone to another concubine's room, so she didn't pay much attention to it and continued to inspect the other concubines' lives. However, the maidservant then went to 16 chambers and found that there were only 5 concubines. She finally realized that something was wrong and immediately mobilized all the personnel to search. Feng Wuya's breathing accelerated. What was the result? Yan Ji replied, "We searched the bedchambers of 3,520 concubines and the entire Springlight Palace, and discovered that 2,161 people are missing." Feng Wuya drew a sharp intake of breath, and his body trembled as he looked up into the sky, as if he were struggling to repress his emotions. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you find anything?" "We've discovered that almost all of the missing concubines' rooms contain news articles about the white-robed, exalted immortal. Furthermore, there was a blank white envelope in the rooms of a few concubines that seemed to have been left behind. I asked Grand Elder Fu Haotsang, who is most proficient in divine sense, to investigate the letter, and he discovered that there was a hint of a familiar power left behind in the letter. It was 99% identical to the white-robed, exalted immortal's power that night at the Immortal King Palace. In other words, it's very likely that the white-robed, exalted immortal was responsible for all of this. So, Lord Immortal King, it's very likely that you've been..." Feng Wuya roared, "Shut up!" A loud roar shook 100 miles like the wrath of the heavens. The voice transmission talisman was instantly destroyed by Feng Wuya's roar. Over 1 million cultivators from the mainland were dumbfounded. Feng Wuya had already exploded with rage, and he roared into the sky, "Be *starred! I challenged you to a duel, but you secretly took away most of my concubines. I, Feng Wuya, will never forgive you. Ah!" The pitch-black divine light soared into the sky and enveloped the world. The expressions of the cultivators changed drastically as they fled into the distance. The divine light was black, but the millions of spectating cultivators seemed to see a monstrous green light. "Run! Why are you still standing here? Are you tired of living? But the battle between the immortal king and the white-robed, exalted immortal hasn't commenced yet, has it?" Idiot! In such a situation, would the two of them still fight properly here? The white-robed, exalted immortal had cuckolded the immortal king over 2,000 times, and the immortal king was definitely going to explode. Now that we know about this, do you think the immortal king would want us to bring this news out? You're saying we might be killed by the immortal king. Yes, so run. One cultivator after another fled into the distance with no regard for their lives. None of them were idiots, and they knew that it was best to run now. Otherwise, they could become the target of the immortal king's wrath. Anyone who dares to spread this news must die. Feng Wuya's enraged roar erupted into the heavens. The black divine light transformed into the sharpest and most bloodthirsty arrows that rained down from the heavens, annihilating all living beings in their wake. One cultivator after another perished to the divine Tao arrows. Many of them were powerful beings from the immortal king palace who had come to cheer for them. This was an attack that didn't differentiate between friend and foe, and anyone who was unlucky would die. A fatso crushed a divine Tao arrow flying toward him before looking at the enraged man on the immortal slaying platform with astonishment and admiration in his eyes. The founding ancestor of the Tao of alchemy really is the founding ancestor of the Tao of alchemy. Both his thoughts and actions are beyond my imagination. I had thought that he would accept the challenge and fight the immortal king in a dignified manner, and I would be able to support him from the sidelines, but who would have thought that he would lure the immortal king away from the immortal slaying platform, after which he stole most of the immortal king's harem? Bad *SS. Truly bad *SS. This fatso was none other than Ishi. He was now in complete awe of Enlin, and was in awe of Enlin, on the immortal slaying platform. Feng Wuya's eyes were already crimson, and he was on the brink of chi deviation. Ishi was shocked. Attack the enemy's heart first. The Pale Tao Patriarch's heart attack technique really did break through the immortal king's defenses. Not bad at all. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and he began to flee into the distance. Immortal King Feng Wuya was enraged, and he unleashed his divine Tao arrows, killing tens of thousands of cultivators. However, over 900,000 powerful beings still managed to escape from the heavenly mountain. All of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive began to spread the news with extreme hatred toward the immortal king. Thus, the entire divine source continent knew that the white-robed, exalted immortal had cuckolded the immortal king over 2,000 times. The immortal king had said that all those who dared to spread the news would die, but he couldn't just kill all of the living beings on this continent, right? News of this created another massive stir across the divine source continent. Everyone was shocked by the white-robed, exalted immortal's actions. Immortal King Feng Wuya's impotence had already caused quite a stir, and now over half of his harem had been taken away by the white-robed, exalted immortal. Feng Wuya had already been known by everyone in the past, and now he was even more so. However, things seemed to be going in a different direction. The people of the world suddenly discovered that the once paramount immortal king didn't seem to be so untouchable after all. He still had a lot of the same frustrations as mortals. For example, he would also become impotent, and he would also be cuckolded. Apparently on that day, half of the heavenly mountain was sliced in half by the enraged immortal King Feng. The next day, News of this was released from Luin City. The white-robed, exalted immortal announced that he would take responsibility for this, and that he had only done this in the name of saving all of the women who had been oppressed. As for the battle, it would be another day. Spring Lake Palace. Within the most luxurious palace, Feng Huia sat on his throne with a thunderous expression. Yan Ji and immortal queen Yan Shuqin were kneeling on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Tell me, what do you think is going on? Feng Huia rubbed his fingers together. What could be going on? Wasn't it just because she wasn't charismatic enough that the white-robed, exalted immortal was trying to steal her away? Yan Ji thought to herself. Immortal queen Yan Shuqin lowered her head. All of the 2,161 missing concubines seemed to have been forced into the Spring Light Palace by the immortal king's ambassadors. They didn't enter the palace voluntarily. Oh, you think they can just run away after being forced into the palace? That's a slap to my face. Feng Huia chuckled. Pass down my orders. All of the escaped concubines will have their entire families executed. Yan Shuqin shuddered, and she bowed her head. Yes. Chapter 1372. Immortal King Feng Huia was not a benevolent man to begin with. On the contrary, he was extremely violent and bloodthirsty, so he really was capable of executing the entire family of over 2,000 concubines. Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin could only nod in agreement, but she decided that she had to spread the news before she did this. That way, the family of the concubines would still have a chance to escape. After all, she was quite close to many of the concubines, and she couldn't bear to see the entire family of the concubines being executed. Report. Master, we have an urgent report. 2 powerful immortal king envoys hurried over before kneeling to the ground. Feng Huia raised an eyebrow. What is it? The white-robed exalted immortal has announced in Luin City that he wants to challenge you to a battle on the immortal slain platform in 2 days, and he says that if he doesn't come, then he won't. The immortal king envoy stammered. Nothing? Feng Huia's expression darkened. If he doesn't come, then he'll be a coward with no D*CK. The immortal king envoy said with cold, sweat pouring down his face. Bastard. Flames that could incinerate all things erupted from Feng Huia's eyes as he roared with rage. The immortal king envoy who had just spoken was instantly reduced to dust by Feng Huia's roar. The other immortal king envoy who hadn't said anything was trembling uncontrollably as he knelt to the ground. It was the white-robed, exalted immortal who had just said that. What had they done wrong? Immortal Queen Yan Shuqin lowered her head and didn't say anything. She knew that the white-robed, exalted immortal's challenge had hit the immortal king where it hurt again. He wants to challenge me? What kind of trick is he trying to pull this time? Does he really think I'll fall for it? Huh. Feng Huia was still roaring with rage as he vented his rage. Yan Shuqin's lips twitched. The immortal king had already fallen for it. The white-robed, exalted immortal was trying to goad the immortal king into accepting the challenge. He was trying to provoke the immortal king into accepting the challenge, but he was trying to goad the immortal king into accepting the challenge. As such, there was a very good chance that the immortal king would accept the challenge. If he didn't accept this challenge, the humiliation he would have to endure would be even greater. All he could do now was take this opportunity to kill the white-robed, exalted immortal. Only then would he be able to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. No matter what the white-robed, exalted immortal had planned, he couldn't refuse this challenge, as this was the best opportunity to kill the white-robed, exalted immortal. Feng Huia abruptly slapped the throne, and the spirit tool throne was instantly reduced to dust. Summon the 6 Luin divine generals. I'm going to kill the white-robed, exalted immortal in 2 days. Yan Shuqin's white dress fluttered like clouds and mist as she stood quietly at the side. As expected, Feng Huia had decided to challenge the white-robed, exalted immortal to a duel. It looked like he would have to wait until after the duel. While the celestial king was busy with the duel, they would first release the news and buy time for their loved ones to escape. If the Celestial King won, those people should have already escaped. If the Celestial King lost, then there was no point in escaping. The next day, news spread that Immortal King Feng Huia had accepted the white-robed Exalted Immortals challenge. This matter created another huge stir on the divine Source continent. Countless onlookers turned their attention to the heavenly mountain again. Are we still going to the duel between the white-robed Exalted Immortal and Feng Huia? It's probably for real this time, so we can't miss it. For safety's sake, let's watch from afar in case the Immortal King unleashes his wrath on us. I can't help but feel like the white-robed Exalted Immortal is going to try something again. I'm so nervous. Even though it was very dangerous, there were still many fearless, powerful beings who set off toward the immortal slaying platform on the heavenly mountain. Perhaps it was because there were too many powerful beings last time, but there were also over 1 million powerful beings who had gathered here, and the massive summit of the heavenly mountain was still as lively as ever. What was surprising to all of the powerful beings was that the white-robed, exalted immortal was the first to arrive. On the circular immortal slaying platform, the 99 heavenly pillars with dragons engraved on them stood at the edge. The dark yellow ground was paved with a special material and appeared to be quite ancient, but it also gave off a sense of primal and desolate aura. A man in a flowing white robe stood at the center of the immortal slaying platform. His white robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a pair of deep and clear eyes appeared on his handsome face. All of the powerful beings present were struck by a sense of awe and veneration at the sight of this man. There are many powerful beings who have dared to challenge the Immortal King, but the white-robed Exalted Immortal is definitely the most dazzling and the most recognized one in the past 10,000 years. He is like a sun that can illuminate the entire world. Can he win? A beautiful female cultivator clenched her fists tightly as she looked at the man on the immortal slaying platform with concern on her face. He's also the most popular cultivator among women. A male cultivator added with an envious expression. Regardless of whether it was the female itinerant cultivators or the holy maidens and holy maidens from the major sects, all of them were staring at the man on the immortal slaying platform with rapt attention. Beauties had always loved heroes. This was a very apt saying even in the cultivation world. The divine source continent had always revered powerful beings, so it was very normal for those with lower cultivation bases to kneel to those with higher cultivation bases. Now a powerful being comparable to the Immortal King, Feng Huia, had appeared out of nowhere. He was handsome and gentle, and he was willing to fight for the rights of all women. Who wouldn't like an exalted immortal like him? Now, the white-robed exalted immortal was the center of attention. Whether he would appear for a short while like the epiphyllum or be as eternal as the sun would depend on this battle. Many cultivators were looking forward to it, but at the same time they were extremely nervous. In contrast, the main character of this battle, the white-robed exalted immortal, wasn't all that nervous. And Lin looked in the direction of the Immortal King Palace with a calm expression. Not long after, a man in a black robe arrived on a black lotus. Whether it was the wind and clouds in the sky, or the flowers and trees on the ground, they all bowed to that man as if he was the only supreme being in the world. The cultivators subconsciously lowered their heads when they saw the figure. This was the most powerful being on the entire continent, Immortal King Feng Huia. Exalted Immortal and Lin, you finally come to die. Feng Huia's expression remained calm, and his previous rage was nowhere to be seen. He looked at Lin as if he were looking at a dead man, and he stepped into the enchantment barrier without any hesitation. Buzz, on the immortal slaying platform, a blue barrier instantly enveloped the entire space. An invisible law began to spread. From this moment forth, the barrier would not open again unless one of them died. A cruel smile finally appeared on Immortal King Feng Huia's face as he stared at Lin with a scorching light in his eyes. White-robed, exalted immortal, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'm going to make you suffer the most excruciating torture in this world before you die. And Lin stood proudly on the immortal slaying platform with no hint of fear on his face. However, every single cell in his body was trembling from the excitement of being able to fight to his heart's content. Let's cut the crap and begin. And Lin spoke before charging toward Feng Huya. The most intense battle in the history of the divine source continent had finally erupted. Chapter 1373. And Lin was the first to charge forward, and he was like a white shadow flashing past. When he came to his senses again, the golden fist imbued with the power of the earth was already upon his face. Feng Huya's expression remained unchanged as his right hand swept toward Lin's fist in a wraith-like manner. Bam! And Lin felt a vast, boundless power spread through his entire body through his arm. This was power in its purest form, but it was power of the Tao integration stage. His mountain-quaking fist was pulverized, and his body flew through the air as if it had been struck by a gargantuan force. Feng Huya tore through space and gave chase at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, two of his fingers transformed into swords that glowed with inky black divine light before stabbing toward Lin's heart. In his current state, Lin was completely unable to evade, and he could only shield his chest with his hand. Feng Huya's fingers were imbued with the power of the heaven and earth black lotus divine Tao. The lotus gave birth to all things, but the black lotus could annihilate all things. It instantly broke through Lin's divine body defenses before stabbing into Lin's palm. At the same time, Lin put two of his fingers together, upon which his 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame appeared. He unleashed his Yang-type cultivation method, fire fusion technique, to fuse all of the flames into a burst of flame energy before stabbing toward Feng Huya's heart. The space around him seemed to be warping and melting in that instant. A disdainful sneer appeared on Feng Huya's face, and he completely ignored Lin's attack. Bam! When Lin's fingers struck Feng Huya's chest, a black lotus blossomed again to keep Lin's attack at bay. No matter how terrifying the flame energy imbued within Lin's fingers was, it was all kept at bay by the black lotus. This was Feng Huya's heaven and earth black lotus, absolute defense. The black lotus was born from heaven and earth, and it was imbued with the will of heaven and earth. And Lin had just unleashed the origin energy of the netherworld and the 6 strikes of the war god, but Feng Huya was still able to keep his attacks at bay. Another burst of excruciating pain erupted from his lower abdomen, and Lin's abdomen was kicked viciously by Feng Huya, and his body flew back like a cannonball before crashing into the blue enchantment barrier. Many of the spectating cultivators let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. Some female cultivators were so nervous that they tore the handkerchiefs in their hands. White-robed, exalted immortal, the second most powerful being on the divine source continent. Feng Huya made his way toward Lin with a cold smile on his face. Reckless thing, since you know you're number 2, how dare you provoke me, the number 1? Do you really think that second place is only 1 step away from first place? What a joke! My realm is completely different from yours. To me, it doesn't matter if you're the 2nd, 3rd, or even the 100th. In my eyes, you're all ants. Feng Huya abruptly stepped forward, and a boundless divine light shook the entire heavens. Even though the immortal slaying platform had already set up a barrier, the sky was still beginning to darken. On the immortal slaying platform, over 10,000 black lotuses bloomed, and 1 flower petal after another separated from the black lotuses to transform into blades of light, dancing about in the void. Every single one of the petals could kill off an ascendant immortal with unfathomable strength. There were countless deadly petals in the sky. Welcome to my battlefield, the Black Lotus Realm. Feng Huya splayed his hands open, and his inky black eyes took on the shape of a lotus flower as his aura erupted forth, striking onlookers with a sense of asphyxiation and despair. Feng Huya flicked a finger, and a black lotus flashed through the air, leaving an extremely ghastly wound on Enlin's cheek. A smile appeared on his face. "Do you see that? I'm invincible here, and I can kill an ascendant immortal with a single flower. Regardless of whether it's 10 or 100 return to void stage exalted immortals, I can kill them all with a flick of my finger. Are you ready to be tortured by me and become nutrients for the Black Lotus realm?" And Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his skin gradually took on a crimson golden color. Boundless divine flames enshrouded his body as he activated his fire god mode. His aura began to soar explosively, and it became more and more vast and oppressive. "You're finally going to use your mystic technique? I'm going to crush your final hope." Feng Huia was elated to see Enlin's exploding aura. He knew that this was Enlin's trump card, and he knew that this was Enlin's trump card. Only by crushing Enlin's most powerful trump card would he be able to enjoy torturing Enlin to death. Enlin activated his fire god mode and stretched his body slightly. This was the first time he had used this buff spell technique after progressing to the return to void stage. He could sense that the flame power within his body was highly integrated with his divine body, thereby allowing him to unleash extremely explosive power. At this moment, countless black lotus petals flew through the air, and Lin looked up at the petals, and he felt as if his consciousness were about to be sucked into them. Extreme engulfment power, slicing power, annihilation power. Feng Huia was right when he said that each of his petals could kill a return to void stage exalted immortal. Bam, bam, bam. A series of violent collisions erupted. Feng Huia's brows furrowed. He discovered that as the black lotus petals approached Enlin's divine body, their power of the divine Tao was warped and weakened by the terrifying scorching temperatures, and they were unable to pierce into Enlin's body. Bam! In the next instant, Enlin crashed through countless black lotus petals and arrived before Feng Huia. The muscles on his arm bulged as boundless flame power converged upon his muscles, and he launched an almighty fist, eightfold fire god fist. Boundless flames erupted from Enlin's arm, and it was as if a sun were crashing down upon Feng Huia. Not only did the flames illuminate the entire Black Lotus realm, but they also lit up the entire sky outside the enchantment barrier, making all of the cultivators feel as if they were looking at a sun that was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Feng Huia's arm was enshrouded in the power of the divine Tao, and he also launched an almighty fist. In that instant, he realized that Enlin's Kirin fire god fists didn't rely primarily on flame power. Instead, it was the extremely fearsome physical strength that was powered by flame power. Boom! Light and darkness clashed and tore at one another. This time, it was Feng Huia's turn to experience the overwhelming power of Enlin's fist. The power imbued within Enlin's fist had far exceeded his imagination. Even though his body could conjure up lotus flowers to defend against Enlin's attack, he couldn't keep all of the power at bay, and the sound of his bones cracking erupted. Boom! Another violent collision ensued. After the energy dissipated, all of the cultivators on the Immortal Slaying platform were greeted by the sight of Feng Huia's disheveled body slumped against the enchantment barrier. Cough! Feng Huia coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stared at Enlin with confusion in his eyes. Waves of shock surged through the hearts of all of the cultivators upon seeing this. My God! The white-robed, exalted immortal injured Feng Huia. I've lived for several thousand years, and this is the first time I've seen an immortal king injured. Powerful. He's way too powerful. Perhaps the white-robed, exalted immortal really can... Some of the cultivators were already getting excited, and some of the female cultivators were even on the verge of cheering. Only, when a tall building was about to collapse, would it know just how many people were looking forward to its downfall. Chapter 1374. Is this what it feels like to be injured? Feng Huia moved his fractured right hand and wiped the blood from the corners of his lips as a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've felt something like this. If it weren't for you, I would have almost forgotten what physical pain feels like." A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Feng Huia stepped forward and charged toward Enlin at an even more terrifying speed. At the same time, his arm turned inky black, and his Lotus Dao true intent proliferated outward. Bam! Feng Huia and Enlin exchanged another punch. Enlin could clearly sense that Feng Huia was a lot more powerful than before. And then Feng Huia was blasted flying by Enlin again. His body crashed heavily into the enchantment barrier, upon which another violent tremor ran through the air. Feng Huia chortled with glee before charging toward Enlin again and throwing another punch at Enlin. Enlin was not afraid of melee combat in his fire god mode, and he immediately engaged in a fist-to-fist battle. A violent collision erupted, and shock waves of energy crashed relentlessly into the enchantment barrier. Immortal King Feng Huia was blasted flying again before crashing into the enchantment barrier. "Immortal King, is this all you've got?" Enlin made his way toward Feng Huia as divine flames enshrouded his body, making him appear as if he were a fire god descending upon this world. "If you continue to be so impotent, you're going to be hammered to death by an ant in your eyes," Feng Huia roared, as if Enlin's words had struck a nerve. "You're impotent. I'm going to kill you." Enlin. Did I say he was impotent? Feng Huia made a peculiar hand seal, and a white lotus suddenly appeared before him before slowly rotating. Enlin could sense an extremely holy aura emanating from the white lotus. Feng Huia spat out a mouthful of blood essence toward the white lotus. Lotus of life and death. First stage, instant life. The white lotus was stained by the blood, and it quickly darkened to become a red lotus with a hint of black within it. A rich aura of death proliferated outward, as if it were trying to strip away all life force. "Die!" Feng Huia roared with a ferocious expression. The red lotus, with a hint of black in it, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Enlin suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if the lotus had not disappeared. It seemed to still exist somewhere. That's right, it existed in my heart. An incomparable sense of danger suddenly enveloped his body. He slowly lowered his head and found that his heart was slightly bulging. His indestructible divine body actually cracked. His heart suddenly felt very comfortable, and he wanted to die just like that, like flowers blooming and wilting, the cycle of life and death. Everything was so natural, and Lin's eyes were slightly blurred. A sinister smile appeared on Feng Huia's face. "Die. Just die, bang." Fresh blood exploded like a bloody mist, and Lin's heart suddenly exploded, creating a huge hole. A bloodthirsty black lotus appeared where his heart was, replacing his heart and emitting an extremely demonic light. The sudden turn of events shocked all the onlookers. Ah, how could this be? White-robed, exalted immortal. One cultivator after another yelled for the white-robed man. A woman in a red dress flew toward the immortal slaying platform with tears in her eyes as she yelled for Enlin's life. Ah, it hurts. Enlin was struck by a sense of excruciating pain, and he clasped his hand over his chest in agony. Boundless agony assaulted his nerves in a frenzy, and he almost fainted. Ha ha ha. White-robed, exalted immortal, this is the lotus of life and death that I unleashed after expending over 100 years of cultivation base. As long as I'm in the black lotus realm, I can make the lotus of life and death bloom anywhere, including your heart. A joyful smile finally appeared on Feng Huia's face at the sight of Enlin's exploding heart. Be a good little boy and become my black lotus nourishment. Even a god won't be able to save you now. And Lin knew that Feng Huia was right. The black lotus that had replaced his heart was not only engulfing his life force in a frenzy, but it also possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect that made it impossible for him to unleash any power. In his current state, he could only wait for death. He had been too careless. As expected, no Dao integration stage, super mighty figure was weak. All Dao integration stage, super mighty figures possessed unfathomable power. For example, Feng Huia could suddenly unleash a mystic technique that could put Lin in a perilous situation. And Lin didn't want to unleash his trump card so quickly. He wanted to gauge Feng Huia's abilities first before using Feng Huia as a test subject. However, who would have thought that Feng Huia would suddenly unleash his trump card and blow up his heart? What do I do? What do I do? And Lin extended a trembling hand in an attempt to remove the black lotus from his heart. However, the black lotus had taken over his heart, and in his weakened state, he didn't even have the power to move the black lotus. Was he really going to die here? And Lin's expression was filled with indignation, but he was unable to stop his life force from flowing away, and his features were becoming wrinkled and withered at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Death never took pity on any living being. Only when it truly descended did Lin realize just how powerless and despairing he was. Right at this moment, a black streak of light suddenly leaped out from behind him. It then stabbed toward Lin's heart at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! An extremely sharp blade pierced through the blossoming black lotus and pulverized it. What? Feng Huia's expression shifted drastically, and Lin also stared down at his own chest with incredulity, where an inky black, long sword was embedded. Little Xia, a smile appeared on his face as he slowly heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. A chubby little girl suddenly appeared, and she pulled out her evil slaying sword before turning to Feng Huia with a cold expression on her face. You almost killed yourself while fighting a rookie Dao integration stage super mighty figure. How embarrassing. A resigned smile appeared on Lin's face as he pulled out 3 immortal pills from his storage ring before swallowing them all. His heart had almost exploded. Thankfully, he had already reached the 3rd stage of his evergreen technique, thereby granting him the ability to extend his life for a short period of time. Otherwise, that attack just then would have killed him. And Lin meditated off to the side as he activated his evergreen technique in a frenzy, digesting the powerful medicinal effects of the 3 immortal pills and quickly healing his injuries. Who are you? Feng Huia's expression shifted drastically as he stared at little Xia with astonishment. You're just a country bumpkin who's never even seen a sword spirit. Little Xia wore a disdainful expression. Sword spirit? What's that? Swords have spirits and can materialize? Feng Huia was astonished. He had seen tools that could speak, but he had never seen a tool that could materialize into a life form. That's right. I'll have to explain this from the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Little Xia explained to Feng Huia upon seeing the confusion on his face, and Lin thought to himself, well done. Stalling for time was exactly what he wanted. He immediately took this opportunity to heal his injuries, and his blood became more and more abundant as the embryonic form of a heart began to appear. Immortal King Feng Huia was no idiot, and he immediately flared up with rage at the sight of Lin healing his injuries. He ignored little Xia's explanation and pounced toward Lin. If you want to bully him, you'll have to get past me first. Little Xia positioned herself in front of Lin with her evil slaying sword before slashing toward Feng Huia. Chapter 1375. Little Xia was already at the return to void pinnacle stage, and after progressing to a divine tool and attaining a divine tool domain, her power was further enhanced after Lin progressed to the return to void stage. As such, her power had completely transcended beyond the return to void pinnacle stage. Get lost. Feng Huia remained completely unfazed in the face of little Xia's power, and he tried to crush little Xia's sword projection with his bare hands, only to be knocked back several hundred meters by her sword technique. Outside the immortal slaying platform, all of the spectating cultivators were already at a complete loss for words. They had thought that the white-robed, exalted immortal was going to be defeated. But who would have thought that an unfathomably powerful woman in a black dress would emerge from his sword and turn the tables at this critical moment? Who the hell was this little girl? Can't only two people enter the immortal slaying platform? How did that female immortal come in? I heard the little girl say that she's a sword spirit. Sword spirit? The sword spirit could take on a physical form? What's going on? The white-robed, exalted immortal possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. His sword is not something that we can fathom. Just as the experts and cultivators outside the arena were having a heated discussion, Immortal King Feng Wuya materialized a holy white lotus in the air again. Little Xie's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew that Immortal King Feng Wuya was going to unleash the same lotus of life and death that he had used to kill Enlin. She immediately flipped her sword through the air, and her divine tool domain instantly engulfed the immortal slaying platform and encompassed Feng Wuya's Black Lotus realm. In that instant, Feng Wuya lost his sense of heaven and earth and space. Even the immortal slaying platform beneath his feet had been transformed into a void of darkness. His expression changed. Is this an illusion, or vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, annihilate? Little Xie wielded her evil-slaying sword, and the blade of her sword disappeared into her divine tool domain. However, it was as if she were swinging a sword through the air. A sense of foreboding welled up in Feng Wuya's heart, and he was just about to take evasive measures when the white lotus in front of him began to vanish. A black lotus instantly blossomed on his chest. This was because the heavens and earth had determined that this move could threaten his life. Then, something even more shocking happened. The black lotus in front of him began to crack as if it had received a fatal blow. Ka-cha-bang! The black lotus shattered, and a beautiful flower of blood erupted from Feng Wuya's chest. He looked at the blossoming blood on his chest in disbelief. It was like the deepest nightmare, and he couldn't believe that he was the one who had suffered this injury. Little Xie's features were slightly pale. It was quite clear that she had overexerted herself in order to injure Feng Wuya, but she still managed to maintain her domain. As expected of a Tao integration stage mighty figure, Feng Wuya's Black Lotus divine Tao light enshrouded his entire body, and his shattered chest was healing at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Lotuses were related to the power of life and death, and as a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, he possessed extremely freakish regenerative abilities, so even if his heart was blasted apart, he would still be fine. The second stage of the lotus of life and death, lotus body nurturing. A black lotus suddenly appeared above Feng Wuya's head. The black lotus revolved relentlessly as black liquid flowed down from it, causing his entire body to become inky black and hard. You can't be thinking that I can't see you just because your skin has darkened, right? Little Xie chuckled lightly. Feng Wuya's inky black skin did indeed appear to have disappeared within her domain, but this was Little Xie's domain. She could sense every single particle within this domain, so how could she lose sight of Feng Wuya? It was not an exaggeration to say that she had everything under control. However, she also knew that Feng Wuya's spell techniques weren't that simple. She immediately unleashed another annihilation sword strike toward the man. However, at this moment, Feng Wuya had already sprang into action. He was like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly appeared before Little Xie before gripping the air in his hand to lock onto a certain spot in space. A sinister smile appeared on his face, revealing his pristine white teeth in the darkness. I am now the Heaven and Earth Lotus, and I can communicate with Heaven and Earth. I can finally sense your sword. Feng Wuya's hand was gripping onto something tightly as he launched a fist toward Little Xie's body. Bam! Terrifying power surged for 5 kilometers, tearing at the space within the domain in a frenzy. Little Xie's body was bent into a crooked position by the immense power, and she crashed toward the enchantment barrier. Feng Wuya chortled with glee as a vicious expression appeared on his face, and he pounced toward Little Xie again. Little Xie had expended too much energy, and she had been severely wounded as well, so her aura was already quite unstable. She was unable to continue using her vanquish the heavens and slay all evil technique, so she could only unleash an evil sword technique toward Feng Wuya's chest. To her surprise, the divine tool projection struck Feng Wuya's chest, but it was as if it had struck another divine tool. An extremely sharp screeching sound erupted as sparks flew, but it was unable to cut into Feng Wuya's chest. My entire body has transformed into the absolute defense of the heaven and earth black lotus. So how are you going to cut through it? A cruel smile appeared on Feng Wuya's face as he launched another vicious punch toward Little Xia. A resounding boom erupted. Little Xia was blasted back to the edge of the enchantment barrier again. This time, she was unable to even maintain her divine tool domain, and the darkness receded. There were only over 10,000 black lotuses left on the ground, all of which were exuding a sinister light. Hee, see that? No matter how many pieces of trash there are, they're just stalling for time. In any case, I'm going to be the only one walking out of the immortal slaying platform in the end. Feng Wuya cracked his neck from side to side. He made his way toward Little Xia as he contemplated how he was going to torture her. Right at this moment, the voice transmission talisman that he had just received lit up. Feng Wuya's brows furrowed slightly. In a battle like this, he shouldn't be wasting time answering voice transmissions. However, this was a voice transmission from Luo Yan, the leader of the Immortal King's envoys. For him to still dare to send a voice transmission at a time like this, it had to be something extremely important. Feng Wuya answered the voice transmission. What is it? Lord Immortal King, something bad has happened. Luo Yan's anxious and flustered voice came over, and there was also the sound of explosions. What happened? Feng Wuya's expression shifted again as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. A top-tier powerful being has forced his way into the fallen star mystic realm, and we can't stop him. Luo Yan yelled. That top-tier powerful being is even more powerful than Grand Elder Fu Haotsang. His target is most likely that meteorite. Feng Wuya's mind exploded with a resounding boom. During the last battle, he had come here, and the white-robed, exalted immortal had snuck into his harem to steal over 2,000 of his concubines. This time he had learned his lesson and only agreed to the white-robed, exalted immortal's appearance on the immortal slaying platform. The two of them entered the immortal slaying platform, and the battle would only conclude when one of them died. He had thought that this would be a surefire success. However, he didn't think that the white-robed, exalted immortal slaying platform would have an accomplice, and his target was his most precious meteorite. Boom! A destructive divine light erupted from his body. Feng Wuya was unable to control himself again, and his rage threatened to collapse the entire sky. Ah, white-robed, exalted immortal, you piece of sh*T. I'm fighting you, but you're sending someone to invade my home. Chapter 1376. Immortal King Palace. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the world. Ha ha ha. Get out of my way. The Fatso was invincible, and all of the powerful beings from the Immortal King Palace who stood in his way were reduced to dust. Like a bulldozer, he bulldozed his way to the secret realm of the fallen star. Luo Yan, who was riddled with wounds, roared and charged at Fatty again. Heaven burning bone, melting claw. His hand transformed into a claw, from which crimson flames imbued with the power of the divine Tao transformed into a dragon claw that was powerful enough to incinerate space itself before crashing down upon the Fatso's body. The Tao of alchemy is soft and soft. Fatty shouted loudly, his face not showing the slightest hint of fear. He used his bulging belly to collide with Luo Yan's heaven-burning bone claw. Bang! The heaven-burning bone, melting claw smacked Fatty's stomach, causing it to cave in. Before Luo Yan could even rejoice, an extremely terrifying rebounding force came from the sunken area and surged throughout his entire body. Part of the heaven-burning bone, melting claw's power actually changed direction. Ah! Luo Yen let out a blood-curdling screech as he was struck by the rebounding flame energy. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the meteorite's secret land. The fatty snorted, "You dare to block Grandpashi's path?" The intruder was none other than the disciple of the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, Yi the Enlightened. He and Enlin split up. Enlin was responsible for holding off Fenghuia, while Yi was responsible for stealing the heavenly Tao fragment. To his surprise, not only did immortal King Fenghuia attend Enlin's battle, even the 6 Kuan Luin divine generals had gone to the heavenly mountain. This was a brilliant opportunity, so how could Yi miss it? That black, square-shaped building up ahead should be where the fragment of the heavenly Tao is stored. To think that it's isolated by a Tao integration stage, spell formation. Yi harumphed lightly as he brought out a strange wooden plaque from his storage ring. There were divine symbols carved onto the wooden plaque. Fortunately, Master was prepared and gave me this. He was about to throw out the divine talisman. "Stop!" Third elder son, Biu let out a clear shout. Her body moved along with her sword, and her posture was like an ice flower. She swung her sword, and an endless cold power spread out, freezing the void within a radius of tens of miles. She was struck by a sense of extreme frost power. At this moment, tens of thousands of mountains appeared behind Grand Elder Fu Haotsang, and boundless crushing power crashed down upon Yi. This was a power that could instantly pulverize a return to void stage exalted immortal into mincemeat. Second Elder Wang Chun transformed into a black shadow and quickly approached Yi with a dagger in his hand. Like a venomous viper, he took advantage of the fact that Yi was being suppressed by the 2 elders to deliver a lethal strike. The cooperation between the 3 elders could be said to be extremely perfect. If the average peak-level Ascendant Immortal were to witness this, they would surely be scared witless. However, Yi was completely unfazed. He slapped his own stomach and yelled, "7 happiness pill, explode the heavens!" With that, his stomach suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. From afar, it looked like a giant pill that had just come out of the furnace. Extremely dense pill energy transformed into a substantial force that continuously attacked Gongsun Biu and Fu Haotsang's suppression. Wang Chen was also struck by the power of the pill, and his body abruptly faltered. Yi opened his mouth and abruptly blasted 7 shimmering golden energy pills toward the powerful beings around him. These pills were imbued with the power of pills that he had refined for who knew how long. Yi had attained Tao through pill refinement and pill consumption. Not only could the pills he consumed make him more powerful, but they could also be refined by his body and spat out again. This was his divine Tao. The golden pills pierced through everything and flew toward the 3 elders. 7 happiness pill. Explode the heavens, explode. Yi roared, and it was as if 7 suns had suddenly risen within the immortal king palace. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Heaven and earth changed color as boundless golden energy swept forth and destroyed the entire immortal king palace. This was the power of an exploding pill. Even looking at it from several hundred kilometers away, it was so dazzling and terrifying that it struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were about to be flipped upside down. After the explosion subsided, Fu Haotsang and Sun Biu were already half kneeling on the ground with blood all over their bodies, and some parts of their bodies had been charred black. Second Elder Wang Qin was in the most miserable state. He had been struck by 3 happiness pills in a row, and he was lying on the ground in a half-dead state, having completely lost the ability to fight. TSK, TSK, TSK. I told you not to stop me, but you just wouldn't listen. You have to realize that I'm the Lord Shi who defeated 9 mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage under Nuwa's command. She didn't even look at them as he strode toward the meteorite mystic area. What do? He's too powerful, and we can't stop him. Sun Biu wiped the blood from the corners of her lips with a panicked expression. It'll be fine. Grand Elder Fu Haotsang, on the other hand, was extremely calm. The meteorite Mystic Grounds Grand Array is the strongest grand array in the entire continent, meticulously laid out by us immortal kings. Even if the 6 god generals of Kunlun were to fight here for an entire day and night, they still wouldn't be able to break it. That fatty wants to break it in a short period of time. All we have to do is wait for the immortal king to kill the white-robed, exalted immortal, and he'll lose. She ignored the Grand Elder's words and made his way toward the formation. Formation crushing talisman go. He tossed the wooden plaque with the divine talisman inscribed on it toward the Tao integration stage formation. An extremely terrifying power instantly erupted from the defensive formation upon contact with the wooden plaque in an attempt to shatter it. However, the divine talisman inscribed on the wooden plaque lit up in that instant. At the same time, a vast and boundless power erupted from it. It was born from chaos and could destroy all things in this world. Bam! There was an extremely crisp explosion. A massive hole was blasted into the formation around the meteorite mystic area by the wooden plaque. Just like that, Ishi swaggered into the hole. The Grand Elder's mouth gaped open. The second elder, who was on the brink of death, almost couldn't breathe. The third elder's eyes widened. This is the number 1 formation under the heavens that you were talking about. Fu Haotsang. She made his way toward the square building and pushed open the gate. He was greeted by the sight of a gargantuan lotus flower. The lotus flower was constructed from white spirit jade, and it appeared to be extremely beautiful. However, there was nothing on the lotus flower. That's strange. Where is the heavenly Tao fragment? She released his divine sense, but he couldn't find any other clues. Meanwhile, on the heavenly mountain over 1,000,000 feet tall, over 1,000,000 cultivators were once again shocked by Enlin's antics. They had thought that the white-robed, exalted immortal didn't have any tricks up his sleeves, but it turned out that he still had one up his sleeve. From the looks of it, immortal King Feng Wuya's expression, it appeared that the other person working with the white-robed, exalted immortal was extremely powerful. This made them very curious about the identity of this mysterious, powerful being. On the immortal slaying platform, Feng Wuya had been enraged to the point of insanity, and he pounced toward little Xie as if he were going to tear her apart. Die! Feng Wuya's inky black hands abruptly gripped little Xie's arms. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of little Xie at an extremely fast speed before grabbing onto Feng Wuya's hands in a death grip. White-robed, exalted immortal. Feng Wuya gritted his teeth, and Lin wore a flowing white robe, and the massive gaping hole in his chest had already been replaced by his fair skin. Divine flames surged around his body, and he had clearly activated his fire god mode. However, aside from his fire god mode, there were also clear differences. A series of dazzling star veins had appeared all over his body, and black infernal energy revolved around his body. An aura that was several times more terrifying than before began to proliferate through the air. Countless stars flashed through Enlin's eyes. It's over. I'm going to beat you like a dog now. Chapter 1377. Feng Wuya cracked open his mouth as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Little Xie immediately took this opportunity to merge back into her evil slaying sword before returning to Enlin's back. Feng Wuya didn't seem to mind as a cold, dangerous light flashed through his eyes. White-robed, exalted immortal, I won't mind killing you again. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he glared at Enlin. He abruptly raised a leg as he spoke before unleashing a vicious kick toward Enlin's waist. Under the effects of the lotus of life and death, Feng Wuya's defenses, speed, and power were all at the very pinnacle, and he was virtually invincible. His kick was so fast that no cultivator could follow it with their eyes, and Lin took the attack head-on without taking any evasive measures. Boom! The explosive power caused the entire immortal slaying platform to tremor violently. Feng Wuya felt as if he could hear the bones in his lower leg shattering, A purple starry meridian appeared on Enlin's waist, which automatically blocked Feng Hui's kick. At the same time, the power of the star annihilation surged toward Enlin's lower leg. Feng Hui let loose a wail of anguish, and he tried to retreat in shock, only to discover that his hands had already been immobilized by Enlin, and he was unable to struggle free. "I'll give you a kick as well." Enlin spoke in a cold voice as the power of the stars gathered beneath his feet. At the same time, a sea of purple starlight appeared beneath his feet, as if it were imbued with a boundless starry sky. Feng Hui's heart jolted as a boundless sense of impending death surged toward him. Enlin had already sprang into action. He was as fast as a shooting star, yet also as ethereal as smoke. Feng Hui was completely unable to track Enlin's true trajectory, and before he could even react, his lower abdomen had already been struck by an Enlin's kick. His skin, which was imbued with the essence of the black lotus of heaven and earth, caved in from the force of the kick, and a terrifying power passed through his body, pulverizing his internal organs. Crackle! Kacha! The sound of ribs cracking erupted at the same time. PFFF. Feng Hui threw up a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back for over 10 kilometers. Enlin crouched down and unleashed his Kuin Peng travel technique, covering the distance of over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. He arrived behind Feng Hui before launching a fist into Feng Hui's back. Feng Hui tried to twist his body in midair to evade Enlin's fist. At this moment, Enlin activated his divine inspection technique, and his fist followed Feng Hui's trajectory before striking Feng Hui's back. Feng Hui's body, which had been flying through the air, was instantly hammered outward amid the sound of his spine shattering. PFFF. Feng Hui threw up another mouthful of blood. His body was propelled forward by a huge force. In the blink of an eye, Enlin rushed in front of him and kicked him into the sky. In the next instant, Enlin flew above him and struck his heart with his palm, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, Enlin appeared behind him. Immortal King Feng Hui had finally experienced true despair. He had thought that after attaining the second stage of the Lotus of Life and Death, he would be invincible in terms of speed, power, and defense. However, he didn't think that even retaliating would be a problem. He could only be pummeled relentlessly and throw up blood as he was completely defeated by the white-robed, exalted immortal. Enlin could just barely match Feng Hui in his Fire God mode. However, after using his Fire God mode, Emperor Ziwei's core buff Mystic Technique, Star Vein Divine Technique, and his intermediate rank War God buff Technique, Origin Energy of the Netherworld, Enlin was completely superior to Feng Hui. He had combined 3 buff mystic techniques and unleashed them at the same time. Not only would this drastically deplete his energy, but it would also inflict severe damage to his body as well. However, in exchange for this, he would receive unprecedented power. This was the power to beat Feng Hui like a dog. Enlin couldn't allow the same tragedy to repeat itself, so he unleashed his full power from the get-go. 3 ultimate bombs. On the immortal slaying platform, Enlin's body tore through space and transformed into a series of afterimages. Violent clashes erupted throughout heaven and earth, and the terrifying shockwaves caused the immortal slaying platform's formation to tremor over 100 times per second. In other words, Feng Hui was being pummeled over 100 times per second. All of the cultivators outside the immortal slaying platform were dumbstruck. It was as if they were watching a miracle, watching this unprecedented duel. The most powerful being on the divine source continent, Feng Hui, was being pummeled relentlessly. They couldn't even see the two of them as the battle was simply too fast. However, they could clearly hear Feng Hui's blood-curdling cries. I thought the Immortal King had already won. But why is the white-robed exalted immortal so terrifying? Is he still the same white-robed exalted immortal? Could it be that the white-robed exalted immortal has also taken that step and reached the same cultivation base as the Immortal King? Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense. I refuse to believe that a return to Void Stage Exalted Immortal could be this powerful. Outside the Heavenly Mountain, the 6 Kuin-Luin Divine Generals were initially very confident in the Immortal King, but they were all completely dumbstruck as they stared blankly at the white-robed Exalted Immortal pummeling the Immortal King. Yang Lingqian's eyes were filled with excitement and infatuation as she stared at the rapidly moving figure on the Immortal slaying platform. Even though she couldn't see it clearly, it was still quite mesmerizing. Blood splattered all over the Immortal slaying platform. All of that was Immortal King Feng Wuya's blood. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Immortal King Feng Wuya's head was pummeled viciously by Lin, and his eyes widened as his head almost exploded. Boom! The Immortal slaying platform tremored violently. Feng Wuya's body crashed heavily into the Immortal slaying platform, and the Immortal slaying platform, which had never been damaged in the slightest, was now showing just how terrifying that attack was. To think that you're still alive after being pummeled over 10,000 times, not taking into account anything else. Your life force is pretty strong. And Lin stood in midair before pulling out his evil slaying sword. If he couldn't be killed, then he would just have to kill him. Wind sword, and Lin's sword fell at an extremely fast speed, aiming directly for Feng Wuya's neck. Feng Wuya's entire body had been pulverized, and he was on the brink of death. He was completely unable to move or evade Lin's sword strike. And Lin's sword strike had been unleashed after activating his triple buff technique, and it was as if his sword were descending from the heavens with unstoppable might. A black lotus appeared on Feng Wuya's neck. Heaven and earth had determined that Lin's sword strike was very lethal. The sword blade came into contact with the black lotus, and an earth-engulfing sword might erupted forth. A sharp screeching sound erupted as the might of a divine tool was completely unleashed. Boundless sharpness pierced through Feng Wuya's body, tearing a deep fissure into the ground below. Crack! The black lotus shattered. Feng Wuya's eyes widened with incredulity on his face. The evil slaying sword had already sliced through the black lotus, and in the next instant, it was already upon his neck. However, at the same time, the blade of the sword was only 0.001 centimeters away from his neck when it suddenly stopped. It was as if there was a thin barrier that kept the attack at bay. And Lin's pupils contracted slightly as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He knew that the evil slaying sword was unable to slice through Feng Wuya's neck, not because of his defenses. Instead, it was because of an extremely special power. And this power, he felt a sense of déjà vu.